before his death, he suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals.
What up, what up?
Preddy's name was known to federal agents, according to a source, though it's unclear whether the new intake form was used to share his information.
Sorry, I just wanted to hear this story. People were talking about it anyway.
They recognized him before they confronted him, eventually wrestling him to the ground, taking a gun from his waistband, and then fatally shooting him.
So he...
Thank God for fucking Israel-backed Palantir, by the way. Alex Preddy was itching for another confrontation with Border Patrol, whom he'd been stalking, harassing, and terrorizing. He had been victimizing them. His felonies are on tape. He was reckless, and it cost him his life. Find another poster boy, illegal loving leftists. They're doing victory laps on here.
Bro, They're doing
so fucking
fake.
victory laps on...
he kicked metal out of the car? That was fake as fuck.
For the record. Or maybe it's real, but it still doesn't change the fucking reality whatsoever.
Wait. There's... Hold on. Oh my goodness. What up, everybody?
This is not a justification for his murder, you moron.
How we doing, boys?
This only shows premeditation.
Movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis,
FYI, it was
showing a man who
Wired
appears to be
Scoop.
Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents.
Oh, you mean the Palantir thing?
Shot and killed
Oh, okay.
him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose
Even if
facial
this
recognition
video is
technology
real-
confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy.
Which it hasn't been
On the morning of January
proven yet. This is not a justification for his murder, you moron. This only shows premeditation. Republicans are so delusional.
Yeah, what? So they can just go and kill anyone now for doing a little property damage? What's up? What up, everybody?
To be gunned down by masked kidnapping thugs in broad daylight.
Kicking the brake light off of a vehicle is a famous gang stalking tactic. What up, Mac? You think it's AI, Ray? It does have that weird smooth look to it, but even if it was real, it doesn't matter. It's not like ICE just gets to go around and do hit squad shit. And dude, if this is true, I feel like this proved that Palantir is helping them seek out people to punish / execute / black bag. You know what I mean?
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol. That Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun. When
I don't see anything wrong here, dude. You know my stance on fucking with cars. Especially ones that try and hit you or are threatening your neighborhoods and your communities, right? I'm not above kicking a taillight off once the right person comes along. Until then, I'm just pushing their mirrors backwards, but I'll give their bumpers, I give the cars a nice slap to scare them. You can definitely kick a taillight out of an ICE car, for sure. If you wanted to, that's just your God-given right. That doesn't mean you get executed. If anything, you get a fine.
At the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
I think he does have his gun there. Well, you know, in the video.
During the altercation,
but this is like a week before. Is this where he got the broken rib?
Agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband. Here, he continues to stand at the scene.
Still hasn't pulled out his gun either, just saying, even after getting beat on.
On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Preddy was...
I don't know, this video is pretty long and extended. It's got a lot of hard things to fake, like the smoke and stuff. This might be real. Even it doesn't even matter, though. Dude, if anything, this makes it worse. This means that they, actively sought him out after to go kill him. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be Alex they're reporting.
holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street.
They're just smoking themselves? That's hilarious.
Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that, we left the scene.
Interesting.
You make it seem like if this video is real, then all of a sudden it matters. Like all of a sudden that fucking has any sort of...
No matter what, dude, nothing he did deserved him getting executed in the street. He didn't do anything. So what if he's a bold, protester?
The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
And he never pulls
What's
it
more
out.
likely is that they filmed his fucking face and they put him on a watch list. As Ken Klippenstein reports in his exclusive, Sparta, Reaper, and Grapevine track protesters and their friends, plus others, ICE's secret watch list of Americans. We have a nice little database, and now you're considered a domestic terrorist. A masked federal agent taunted a protester filming him in Maine last week, if you recall. Remember this video?
Yeah, I remember this.
We've covered videos like this on numerous occasions on this broadcast, where ICE agents will walk up to counter-protesters, will walk up to protesters and film them in their faces and go, smile, you're on fucking camera, you're on a watch list now. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin's response was firm. There is no database of domestic terrorists run by ICE. There's just one problem. She's lying. Two senior national...
So the footage looking better than phone quality is because supposedly, it was a news agency that was filming it. So they would have a better camera. So it's possible it's real. No matter what, honestly, I think it shows that they had him pinned on the ground again. They had to have seen that he had a gun. So some ICE officers know that it's okay, that it's not okay to execute someone for having a gun. If anything, it just shows that they went back to get him.
Say that when the first immigration action that the Trump administration took was literally try to deport anti-Israel protesters, trying to deport people for writing articles in their student newspaper against Israel, hurting Israel's feelings. And then they still act like this is not the identical situation. Fuck. Cue Ethan's one meme. Ethan can suck my dick, dude.
All right, dudes. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Let's get the music going so we can go feed the cats. Yeah, premeditated. This doesn't make it better, dude. This makes it worse. Honestly, it shows that Alex, the same exact thing just happened to him there. Except he just wasn't beat on more. But they pushed him down to the ground, down to his hands and knees. His shirt was like pulled up. You know? They did it again. But the first time they didn't kill him. I wonder what made them go back for seconds. Palantir, probably. Peter Thiel. Palantir, more like. Alright, boys. Gotta feed the cats. I'll be back in a sec. I sent you a DM on Insta about a potential corpse. No thanks.
Soul from the face without giving
what, a corpse?
Away.
What, at Trump swampland?
Masons covering 4 bases. Forced to love it, so of course I hate it. Force.
Hold on, to be clear, I don't want unsolicited pictures of corpses. Everybody's clear about that, right?
Left my corpse on the pavement, good form, even formal with floral arrangements. Hold up, I'm still chained to the floor of my basement. Killer's my safe word. I was born yesterday into a world that's ancient. Whoever most abrasive is taking the cake. They make you behave and say praise for their bracelet. Word to the ankle monitor, I barely made it 7 whole days with ego and chains. A slave to being celebrated. Of course I'll never make it. I'm a force that's delegated. More safe in a world full of strangers. Now I'll be a good boy after being warned and regulated. Even if the blade is jagged, you better get it straight and better never face it. Kill time bombs when it's minutes away. Taste how the minute made. There is no getaway when every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake? When they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase. Terrorism or heroism when we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians into some Build-A-Bears. Since Theodore's presidency, they've been all sleeping with Teddy. It's deadly until the American dream is just Freddy. A cheap way to pretend they're eating your head is reheating spaghetti. They all in bed with the horse, but me, I still sleep with machetes. Ain't no keeping it friendly in a feeding frenzy. I'm eating everything after the stomach's been feeling empty. It's in our nature to besiege the enemy. Y'all looking like 100 curves to a sports car. Got me hugging curves like a sports bra. Black hole on a world tour till it's tore off. They fight wars for gold stars and sure shots. The war is on as soon as you hear the Fort Knox. Billionaires don't share the same issues. We cry tears in the brain tissues. Wait, let me share my pain with you. Opening scene of Final Destination 2. Log truck about the lane switch you. Holy water in the super soaker. Spray and pray until the spray missed you. Pros at grilling chicken. Let's fill the air with pain. Artist that thinks of a million things to paint. Every time a billionaire complains, but still I wear the shame. Mandela effect. Berenstein bear the blame. You have to have something here to compare to change. In the silhouette of the sunset, still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds, but this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds, in one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book.
stepdad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach
What
the
up?
divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities at our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, the trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they got the proof. It's all been a goof who's calling the shots. We don't know what they got.
Going gorilla mode.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, the trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they got the
I'm gonna get my act together this week too, and add a couple verses to Black Death's other songs.
My war paint is
Lead based.
It's in your face like a head case.
Bang.
You'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self, escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. Great fire of every city.
R.I.P. Harambe. Harambe. All right, boys, what up? What up, what up? How's everyone's day? Hope it's been good. Hope you had a good day. Hope it hasn't been too bad. Hope these lizards haven't tried to crush your spirit at all. They can't. Dude, honestly, oh wait, since like right after stream, right? Is that when Bovino had to step down? Or was that happening during stream? All that shit though, Trump said that they're walking it back a little bit. So hooting and hollering does a little bit of something, but also this just means that they're weak and we need to put the fucking gas on. These Democrats are literally talking about, too, they're like, we're not going to sign this bill on... Oh, God. Hold on. I think my Chewy's here. You got to watch this till I get back.
Terms and conditions. Just do it. It's not...
Right here. You have to watch this on. Because it might be a second.
Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against.
It's so wild that you could just like literally look at a textbook of neo-Nazi and Nazi anti-Semitic conspiracies and just go, bet we should literally do as much of this as we possibly can, and we should loudly and proudly declare it at like the International Consortium of I don't know, like Jewish coalitions or whatever. Like every other week, there's another fucking conference happening where you have people that will turn around and be like, we love punishing American cattle who literally have no capacity to think for themselves, who have no fucking backbone whatsoever. We love punishing them. We love punishing them by you know, silencing their speech, suppressing their thoughts to the best of our ability. We love it, and they're so stupid. They love it. They enjoy it. They defend it. They actively demand more of it. They're so fucking dumb. Ha, 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 ha.
Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech, identifying hateful trends, trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
But I expected that it will be restricted like every time, not banned forever. Anyways, it's not a loss. We have a proverb in the Palestinian culture and heritage, especially, "Shams ma btitghatta bghirbal." I don't know what does it mean in English, but I'm gonna write it here. You cannot just hide the truth by doing all of these childish stuff. trying to impose your rules, saying that they are the community rules. No, they are the Zayo rules. I really needed that platform because I was talking to different people from the people following me on Instagram here. So definitely, like, different audience, different comments, different people.
Democrats played a role in selling TikTok. Never forget that either, by the way. They can suck my dick too. They literally allowed TikTok to be sold. They took it. They pried it out of China's hands because they were like, oh, Chinese surveillance, Chinese censorship.
We
They
are
did it.
a cult.
And they said that they were doing it specifically because of Israel over and over again. Buying the most successful social media platform only to instantly
No,
run it to the
we're
ground like they were
occult.
dead-ass throwing money into the trash. It's not about the money. It's the same reason why Barry Weiss is now the editor-in-chief of CBS. It is not about the money at all. You can't have it. If you are organizing on a platform, if you're waking up on a platform, you can't fucking have that platform anymore. They would rather nuke it. Okay? You build a new one, they will go there, they will take that over, they will destroy it as well. Okay? The goal is not to actually make money off this. That's great. If you make money off of it, then that's great. That's fantastic. But the real goal is to control your fucking mind. The real goal is to stop you from thinking. The real goal is from
cult's cool.
stopping you from organizing, stopping you from waking up to the fucking reality that you're getting ass fucked. Okay? Here it is. Anthony Blinken, okay, and Mitt Romney finding bipartisanship, right?
Yeah, it's only a cult if you sell hoodies, and we don't have hoodies available.
Why has the PR been
so bad for Israel?
so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that.
Like, why would a Mormon give a fuck about the PR of Israel, right? Unless we're fucking so right. Mormons be fucking Zionists. I mean, they are. But, like, come on, dude.
The guy in front of you knows exactly why.
It's all of them against us.
Ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It said it's all the other way around. Typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating the realities there? And
we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond. And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images.
I need a hoodie. I need a hoodie ASAP.
We can't discount that. But I think it also has a very, very, very challenging effect on.
Yeah, we're a cult of people that calls out other cults.
Political point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support.
Yeah, we're anti-cult cult.
Shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look,
Them against us makes us both cults. I mean, but we have the majority, so not really. Them is a bunch of little lizards against us. So it's a interspecies war.
For the record, they refuse to reckon with this, and they refuse to say it on mainstream news, just so you understand. They'll say it in the conferences, but no one, as far as I've seen, from CNN to NBC to, of course, CBS is never going to cover this, has not turned around and once reported on this purchase being done specifically for Israel. Representative Congressman Raja,
Isn't literally everyone in the board of TikTok now just a fucking Israeli Unit 8200 person? Yeah, the people.
House Intelligence Committee for the Democrats.
Inky Capelli. I mean, all we do is call cults out. We'll get there. We're gonna do some other stuff first.
Dunked it.
Because I guarantee I'll look at my Instagram DMs and I won't find you, and I'll have to go search. So I'll look for it later. What is it? It's about Epstein? We know about Epstein, dog. Who is it?
Terrified of saying it because, I mean, look at someone like myself. I'm one of the largest fucking content creators in North America, okay? For politics, I am one of the largest content creators in North America. Look at what I've had.
I would never do a white hoodie.
years for saying the goddamn truth. That's why. You think other content creators don't see that? They see it. They go, oh my God, I'm terrified. I don't want to disrupt anything. I don't want to say anything because everyone's going to yell at me and call me a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist.
What up? I like
Murphy
Skype.
specifically endorsing banning TikTok in order to suppress speech critical of Israel. Chris Murphy said that. A nationwide ban on TikTok gained traction after a Democratic senator suggested doing so would combat anti-Semitism. In an interview with this
I still haven't opened yours from a year ago. I think I honestly just friended you recently on Instagram. I was surprised that I wasn't following you
platform
there.
to an outright ban since September 7th Hamas attack on Israel due to its ability to drive this
Oh my
narrative
God, I'll
of
do
hate
a quick check.
among young people. That hateful speech that they're talking about is people recognizing that Israel is a
What's your
violent
freaking name on
entity.
Instagram? Inky Delight? Inky
Okay.
Capelli?
Here's Hillary Clinton also openly
Our
stating
students.
TikTok is the reason why people are fucking anti-Israel. And in some ways, it is true. It's because they were able to see the unvarnished truth about what Israel was up to on TikTok.
Smart, well-educated young people from our own country, from around the world.
Why do you guys think that the ADL has been up my ass every single fucking day of the goddamn week for the last 3 years, trying to get me banned off of this platform that I'm on? Why do you think so? Do you think it's because I'm anti-Semitic? Of course I'm not anti-Semitic. I've been fucking fighting anti-Semitism, which is something ADLs have even recognized in the fucking past themselves. No, it is because I'm anti-Israel, because I say fuck Israel, and they can't stand it. They literally want so desperately to fucking ban anyone and everyone that speaks out against this live-streamed Holocaust. And there it is. They got it. They got it.
Where were
And every single sociopathic content creator, every single sociopathic Israel first content creator can suck my dick. Sex Pestiny is one of the fucking major content creators that did this as well. They also played a role in this. They still continue to participate in this shit. Ethan Klein is another fucking dickhead who has done this as well for fucking 3 goddamn years at this point. You made your shit sandwich. I hope you fucking enjoy it. You played a role in fascism growing in this fucking country. You played a role by turning a blind eye.
Lizzie's in a box. Lizzie's in a box. Lizzie's in a box. Lizzie's in a box. I'm literally wearing a white hoodie right now. Well, I'm just saying I could not do a white hoodie because I wouldn't curse anyone to have a white hoodie and then instantly stain it like I always do.
media, particularly TikTok?
Ugh, she
That
looks
is where they
hideous,
were
dude.
learning
Rape
about
tone?
what happened on
Tectone thanks Ethan Klein for having his back throughout his recently finalized domestic abuse proceedings. Wait,
Maybe
what?
a clip can get to him. I just want to thank him for having my back and kind of giving my perspective and my POV on why I said what I said. Maybe we don't need to talk, but I at least just want him to know that I appreciate him being pretty level-headed. And
Yeah,
telling
exactly,
his friend,
Alev.
well,
I'm way too dirty for a white hoodie.
completely misunderstood on the internet. I really appreciate people just, having a level head and being like, well, let me think about this from Tectone's perspective. And I very much appreciate that.
Here we have
And I also hope that him and his wife and, sorry, I will call her by her name, Ela, are doing okay, as well as maybe a clip.
Scumbag. Scumbags, all of them. Every single one of these fucking animals,
Yeah,
dude.
see, I don't see
7th,
anything
what
from
happened
Inky
in the days,
Capelli.
weeks, and months
No.
to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people. And it was frankly
Judge me by my haters and your haters have been judged? Yeah. The court has officially found reasonable grounds to believe streamer Tectone committed sexual assault. He's now banned from owning firearms, has been placed on stalking protective order. Additionally, he will be paying $15,000 for the victim's lawyer's fees. Tectone reportedly admitted in court he pivoted to shitting on Hassan and doing right-wing content to deflect from his sexual assault and stalking charges. It's now over. Now we have all the fucking real details, too. I had to deal with these fucking animals for years, dude. For fucking years. They leaned into every goddamn thing they possibly could to be like, oh, Hassan is against Israel. He's an anti-Semitic terrorist. He should be shot. He should be imprisoned. He should be getting detained by the federal government. When I get detained by the federal government, it's probably fake. That didn't happen. And if it did happen, it should happen more frequently.
Dude, what in the fuck is this? This is on someone's Instagram? Who are these people? Do I want to be friends with knitted anus? Not now, dude. Is this... So you're saying, is this real? Or is it like a prop or something? I don't know. It looks weird. Looks kind of waxy, like a doll. But it's also weird. And these people are weird too, so... It is also on Instagram. It's from 398 weeks ago. It says hashtag family weddings. Is this how they post that? Is this how they like hitmen for the Mossad like tell people that they did their thing? They just post it on social. I know the people's comments is weird. This is the only way you can get lucky. Haha, this was fucking gold. My kiddos. That's hilarious. They almost feel like bot things. Private. Seems fake. Private. Fake. Just random pictures. What is this? And this is the person that posted it? Yeah. This seems like his account. Who's this guy? You said he's like IDF related or something? Mossad related? Epstein related? Casey Grisella? I don't know what the fuck is going on, TBH. That's a corpse. I know, it's weird no matter what. And he's got his hand in his pants. I mean, I've heard Israelis are prone to fucking dead bodies, so would make sense. Icky. All right, here's for the new TikTok terms and services, boys. I love Heather. She's so funny.
Not evil. Agree to it. Do it right now. Agree the new terms and conditions. Just do it. It's not evil. Agree to it. Do it right now. We only have 2 filters, and it's AI Donald Trump kissing you on the cheek, and there's no more bold glamour. It's just JD Vance eyeliner. Agree! Click agree! Is it okay if we watch you when you're sleeping in your bed? Click agree. Let us watch you in your bed. Click agree. Don't say stuff about... Even if you order iced coffee on the thing, we'll come to your house, watch you when you're sleeping. Can we do it? Come on! Would it be okay if we sent a drone to your house and it was looking at you? We know where you live and what your face looks like, and we have a whole scan of your body. Agree to it! Agree! No more Chinese spy, don't worry. We got a couple American spies, and they're really obsessed with World War II and not the side that you would like, and they have haircuts that confirm it. Let's agree! Click agree! What do you want your algorithm to be? We'll pick. We'll pick for you. What about, like, stuff you could buy in football and girls with big old boobies? I bet you'd like that, you little freaks. No politics! Click agree! We're not even evil. Why would you even say that about us? We're not even evil. Look at all the stuff we did for you. We made TikTok worse. Click agree. We're literally in love with you. Don't be gay on here though. Click agree that you don't like gay people. That's in it? That part. Do the capture of pictures of people you trust. It's Donald Trump, Chrissy Gnome, and it's the Bible. Click agree! Do you want to do a little dance on TikTok? Do a little dance for me. I'm outside your window. Agree the new terms.
Okay, dude, here we go. From a year ago, Black Death's DM to me. It's me as Tyler Weisopel. Tyler Hansen, fittest fed earther. Oh, hell yeah. All right, that's got to go in the Miro. Right next to my dad. Fittest federal earther. Dude, what if he is Kathy Sanders' grandkid? Dude, that would literally make Kathy Sanders related to Paul somehow, right? It's gotta be. That's so funny. It's never gonna not be funny. There's me and my dad. One of them's my dad. I'm not sure which one. I think Paul. So this is my uncle. Or my cousin? I forget. Fittest fed earther is my cousin. But yeah, he's also Kathy Sanders' grandson. Where is Tyler Hansen before 1995? Dude, Agneta, 99% sure. I know, right? Like that. I don't know. It could be. I might be your dad, yeah.
Of researching UFOs and aliens and the other things. I have thousands of hours of researching UFOs
Sherlock
and
sent this to me.
aliens and the other things that has led me into, and I've been generally interested in the topic for over a decade at least. And
Inky, it very well could be a corpse. The comments are weird enough where it's like, is this how Mossad like sends threats? I don't know, right? Who knows? Could be. How did you find that person though?
Most people will tell you once they're this deep into researching UFOs and aliens and government conspiracies, they'll tell you that, I mean, a lot of them will tell you, and what I'm telling you now is, even if you delete the aliens from the equation, say aliens don't exist, which I do believe in some form we're being visited by a non-human intelligence, or at least being communicated with by a non-human intelligence. But even if you delete aliens from the equation, there is so much life-changing stuff there, and a lot of it is spiritual and consciousness and linked to things that people might call religious, but I'm careful to call it spiritual, because religion is a man-made control system. Religion, government, economy, these are all things that are made to control the common people, the 99%, the people that aren't the few families up at the top. So spiritual consciousness, that is very much at the epicenter of all of the UFO alien stuff. But what I also think is careful is that things like The Age of Disclosure, which is a documentary made by Dan Farah and Lou Elizondo, and then things like the new Spielberg movie coming out, Disclosure Day. I do think it's important to look at what they are purposely sharing with us through these mediums, because one of the main things that the elites need to keep hidden from us is energy, free energy, 0 point energy, because if energy that invalidates fossil...
Wait, Spiral Spec, I'm watching The Expanse right now, so your series of emojis right now, to me, is meteor coming from Marco Inaros is going to hit one of the oceans and blast the world up. What kind of magic are you doing in the comments?
Fossil fuels and gas and oil. If that kind of energy became...
Oh, you're doing air, water, earth, fire. I got it.
I have thousands of hours of research. The few families up at the top. So spiritual consciousness, that is very much at the epicenter of all of the UFO alien stuff. But what I also think is careful is that things like The Age of Disclosure, which is a documentary made by Dan Farah and Lou Elizondo, and then things like the new Spielberg movie coming out, Disclosure Day. I do think it's important to look at what they are purposely sharing with us through these mediums, because one of the main things that the elites need to keep hidden from us is energy, free energy, 0 point energy, because if energy that invalidates fossil fuels and gas and oil, if that kind of energy became widespread known to humanity, then trillionaires and billionaires, they lose their power. And think about this. If you are somebody that owns monopolies of everything, and you control politicians with your money, you control world governments with your money, you can do anything with your money. You can escape the earth if there's going to be a cataclysm. You can change who the president is, and you also control, to some extent, poverty. If all of that's at risk, then you would do anything you can to stop it. If you are somebody who values this kind of power over spirituality, over the good of others. You can just look. There was an MIT professor who was studying nuclear fusion energies and cold fusion energies, who was recently murdered at his either apartment or house a few days before talking about this. There is a surplus of people like that who have either discovered or gotten close to discovering 0 point energy, cold fusion energy, some kind of energy that's actually clean and free that would change mankind. They've been hiding this from us for at least a century because humankind has been stunted by hiding this technology. And that's what they don't want you to know about, because if they show you a UFO, the next question is, how does it work? How does this thing get around with no visible propulsion systems? They don't want you to know about those energies. So you could forget about the aliens. If you think the alien stuff is woo-woo, forget about it. Humans are making some of these UFOs. Humans are making most of these UFOs, is what I would guess from my years and thousands of hours.
Yeah, I agree, Sherlock. We should go back into the energy shit. This guy is right. Free energy would literally destroy their entire high treason plot entirely. Exactly. Exposing free energy, strategically speaking, wins the whole game. That's why they targeted you so hard. I mean, dude, it was popping off around that time too, for sure. I think that's when the intervention really happened, is when I was going hard into that. They probably derailed me from that a little bit, huh? Should we get back on it? Ride that choo-choo?
Of researching into this. That's the problem.
I mean, we know it's real.
Bugoni is about Jesse Plemons and his simple joke.
Hi, I'm going to watch
Bugoni is about...
I have thousands of hours of research. control world governments with your money. You can do anything with your money. You can.
Oh my god, dude!
I have thousands
I'm
of
not sliding my finger.
trillionaires and billionaires. They lose their power. And think about this: if you are somebody that owns monopolies of everything, and you control politicians with your money, you control world governments with your money. You can do anything with your money. You can escape the earth if there's going to be a cataclysm. You can change who the president is, and you also control, to some extent, poverty. If all of that's at risk, then you would do anything you can to stop it. If you are somebody who values this kind of power over spirituality, over the good of others. You can just look. There was an MIT professor who was studying nuclear fusion energies and cold fusion energy.
Yeah, because really, they've got us fighting in the streets for our rights because that's like a low-level thing, when really we should be fighting in the streets for free energy. They have all of it. Yeah, exactly. We can do both. But that's what I mean, like, no matter how this all starts, like, this should not stop with, like, okay, great, they abolished ICE, which they'll never do. People are going to they're going to accept, okay, great, they didn't increase the budget of ICE. Perfect. That is what's going to happen. But everybody needs to get real mad about the free fucking energy. Like, all of this... Like, the way that they pay for all these fucking armies is through this gas and oil lie. Right? Their game that they're playing is keep the free energy and the consciousness from us. But, I don't know. Maybe we can wakey. Yeah, this is the beginning, exactly. Because, dude, it's like anything, right? Like, it's like how any of us woke up. It's like one domino falls, and then you start asking questions, and you're like, what the fuck? You start looking around, and you're like, everything is a lie. So, we need dominoes to start falling. And then, eventually, we're in free energy land. We're in New Earth Utopia land. I'm on the big screen now? Oh, frick. It makes me nervous. I only want to be on computer size or smaller. Yeah, left and right always need to unite. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, fuck left and right. The people. All people. These goofballs. Being on the left just means that you care about people. Being on the right means that you don't. Sorry. That is what it is. Being on the left means that you have empathy. And not like left like Democrat. You know what I mean? It's a spectrum. There is a spectrum of not caring about people and caring about people. I'm on the side that's caring about people. And that's even the people who don't care about me. Because I think if we show those assholes a little empathy and, you know, whatever, they'll learn how to be compassionate. Or something. Or we'll put them in a fucking freezer. I don't know. We'll put them on ice. I have you on my big TV every show. No! No, I'm just kidding. That's cool.
Jeez.
My mom does too. My mom's got me big above the fireplace. To the honorable position of the living room.
Was recently murdered at his either apartment or house.
It's like her own personal, like, Harry Potter portrait that's just always there blabbering.
A few days before talking about this, there is a surplus of people like that who have either discovered or gotten close to discovering zero-point energy, cold fusion energy, some kind of energy.
Yeah, the right is waking up about Trump screwing us all over. Exactly.
that's actually clean and free that would change mankind. They've been hiding this from us for at least a century because humankind has been stunted by hiding this technology.
Exactly, dude. Capitalism literally does not innovate. It has stunted us.
And that's what they don't want you to know about, because if they show you a UFO, the next question is,
who built it?
How does it work?
Yeah, oh yeah.
How does this thing get around with no visible propulsion systems?
And then you go, wait, you can have energy without visible propulsion systems? Like, you don't need gas and oil? You're saying you can do it with fusion? And you guys have known about it for 100 years? And you guys have been making us pay for fucking electricity bills? I'm sorry, what? Like, dude, that's the worst part. It wouldn't cost them anything. They've already, like, perfected this shit. You know, one of those little fucking orbs that they're flying around, that could power all of New York City, I bet. And they're just like, fuck them. It wouldn't cost them anything, except they would lose their control of us having to spend our money on their fucking electricity every year, and their gas, and their rent. Because at the end of the day, once this lie falls, all of it falls. Fuck their rent, fuck their oil, fuck their gas, fuck their electricity, fuck all of it. It's all built on oil lies. Yeah, IMAX is pretty awesome, Barry.
I don't want you to know about those energies. So you could forget about the aliens. If you think the alien stuff is woo-woo, forget about it. Humans are making some of these UFOs. Humans are making most of these UFOs, is what I would guess from my years and thousands of hours of researching into this. That's the probable thing I would say, is that most of the UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, I think most of them are made by humans.
Lockheed. Yeah, by Lockheed Martin.
I also think that there are
Begonia is about Jesse Plemons.
That was the very end anyway. But yeah, dude, for sure. It's all about that. It's all about the consciousness and the spirituality and the free energy, because they're all the same thing. They're all tied together. They literally got rid of the ether because that proves the free energy and the free spirituality. Did you know that you can experience spiritual bliss without tithing to a church? Do you know that? It's true. It's true. Can we get free rent inside the UFOs? No, they're figuring out how to fucking get a subscription service up for a UFO. They just want everything to be subscription service forever. And us to be stagnant. And only they have secret powers that they are keeping from everyone so they can continue to do their witchcraft. They also can't tell us about it because they want to pull off Blue Beam. Dude, that's the main thing, I think, at this point. It's like they can't tell us about it because then they can't pull their big fucking lie when they're going to pretend aliens come. Dude, they have to do it soon. They're about to lose control, man. Right? Come on. Give us Blue Beam as the last false flag. The final 9/11. So we can have something to laugh at as we fucking march into the new Earth. Do you think we could vaporize all of the chemtrail planes with our brains? Right? Why couldn't we? Yeah, Blue Beam honestly might be a psyop within a psyop at this point. Yeah. I think they just want us always spinning our wheels about aliens and shit that's like kind of close to consciousness and spirituality, but that's never really gets there. So people are always confused. You know what I mean? That's why I think the spirituality and stuff is the most important thing. Like getting people figuring that out. You don't think Blue Beam's real either, Gabriel? I mean, I can't fathom them actually pulling it off to a reasonable degree. So I've always been like, it's never going to happen. I've been rooting for it just because I'm bored at this point with the psyops that we're given. I would love to see a full-on Operation Bluebeam, but I agree. I think it's less than 50%. Like, I think it's like 10% that it's going to happen. But I am rooting for it. Like, I want it to happen. But I don't think it's going to. It'd be too cool. I'd like it too much. That's why I know we won't get it. Oh, yeah, dudes. Okay, I was scrolling, right? Oh, wait. Bunny's not even here. It's not even funny to do it. I watched Akira. We'll wait for Bunny to do my joke, though.
Hi, I'm gonna watch Akira for the first time. Pretty much blind. I have next to no concept of what Akira is about.
Yeah, so I watched this video, right? I saw this TikTok video, and I was like, damn, that movie sounds really good. I did watch it. It was good. We'll wait for Bunny, though. Oh, dude, someone else is doing the Lord's work. See, this is what Fittest Fat Earther isn't doing.
On today's episode of That's Suspicious.
That's suspicious.
When I was watching the Golden Globes, the only thing I could think is that Leonardo DiCaprio looked like Jack Nicholson. So I started down the rabbit hole. Did you know that this is who Leonardo DiCaprio says is his dad?
Cloner boners.
This is a picture of Jack Nicholson's son. Here is some pictures of Leonardo DiCaprio and Jack Nicholson. Now, did you know that they were neighbors so close that they could walk to each other's house? When Leo was little, he used to go play over at Jack Nicholson's house. Jack Nicholson gave him advice on acting, gave him advice on women. Leonardo DiCaprio's mom would have been exactly 30 when she...
Wait. Bro, that might be actually Leonardo's dad. I mean, they're all clones, and they're all inbred, and they're all family. It would make sense.
A well-organized prison. Hi, I'm gonna watch...
She got pregnant with him. So, after digging deep into the internet, I find out that she once said in an article that that was not Leo's biological father, but that she met him when she was pregnant and they were married. So, who is Leo's real dad? I think he needs an ancestry test. What do you think? On today's episode
let's
of
give
That's
him one.
Suspicious.
That's suspicious.
Dude, this was so funny.
I don't like how they... And I'm just gonna get this off my chest, nigga. Since I was a child, I don't like how they been doing Stevie Beard mustache combination, nigga. I don't even know what this is called, bruh. Cause it's not technically beard, but it's very thick stash and under the lip joint. They keep giving him this around the mouth joint with the Matrix glasses on, nigga. And the dreads. Like, he's and it's very thick in this area. They got Stevie looking wild. He don't even know how he look. I just don't appreciate this, how they been doing Unc his whole life. Look, he's around the mouth, bruh. Thin right here, thick right here, bruh. Is this a conscious choice he's making? Is he telling niggas this is how I want my shit to look? I even know, bruh. Somebody is deliberately fucking Stevie off, bruh. And I'm just gonna get this off my chest, nigga. Since I was a child, I don't like how they been doing Stevie Beard mustache combination, nigga. I don't even know what this is called, bruh.
This is so funny. Poor Stevie. Cause we Stevie blind.
The names have changed, but the...
Dude, we've been saying this, right? Everything's the
names
fucking
have changed,
same.
but the story stays the same. All spiritual traditions and religions are simply depicting the same things, but with different languages. The late Christian Holy Trinity is parallel with the Hindu Trimurti. There is an Egyptian Trinity as well. Uas, Jed...
And Pythagoras' whole thing was the Trinity, the triangle.
And Ankh. The side posts of the temple's great entrance doors are often ornamented with horizontal bands of bas reliefs portraying these three symbols, Uas, Jed, and Ankh, placed on a basket. Generally read, prosperity for Uas, life for Ankh, and stability for Jed. It is evident from their inscriptions that they involve the three principles of beginning, the majesty of origin incarnating the divine word and causing heterogeneity, which had previously been perfectly homogeneous. They are the three principles not yet manifested into existence. The Uas, called the Key of the Nile, is represented in Tutankhamun's panoply of canes and scepters in its natural form, the branch of a tree. It pertains to a living branch conducting the vivifying sap that only ascends without, again, descending, as it must do in order to take on a body beneath the bark. The second symbol of this trinity is the Ankh, giving life to the king either through the neck or with the breath through the nose. This Ankh is presented as a loop crossed by a horizontal bar. The names have changed, but the story...
Same, boys. I've been smashing that Manly P. Hall book. I was going to look for a video about Pythagoras, too. Yeah, he's got a cat. We can trust him. Exactly. We have to have the cat test. Who are other creators that we know have cats? Cat test is important, bro.
And we're going to add a couple of names here. We're going to start with Brittany Murphy. Now, Brittany Murphy and Ashton Kutcher dated in 2002 into the...
Sorry, we're doing some Brittany Murphy, Ashton Kutcher, Britney Spears drama real quick.
Early part of 2003, I believe they...
Because there's a piece of information in here that I didn't know. Did you know Brittany Murphy died at Britney Spears' house?
Ashton Kutcher drawing board, and we're going to add a couple of names here. We're going to start with Brittany Murphy. Now, Brittany Murphy and Ashton Kutcher dated in 2002 into the early part of 2003. I believe they broke up.
I used to be in love with Brittany Murphy, dude.
In like January 2003. She went on to get married and have a whole life in that couple of years after they dated. And she ended up passing away in 2009 in Britney Spears' home, of all places, of pneumonia. And I believe her autopsy said there was a drug toxicity.
No, she supposedly died of like pneumonia. Go figure. Diddy has a lot of victims dying of pneumonia
as well. So Brittany Murphy's connection to Ashton Kutcher is questionable to the audience at large because Ashton Kutcher and Brittany Murphy have a lot of pictures of them with Diddy, who Ashton Kutcher obviously had a close relationship with. And Diddy also has a fair amount of people around him who were very healthy who passed away because of pneumonia. So of course that brings into question if Ashton Kutcher was somehow involved in the passing of Brittany Murphy. But even though they remained friendly after breaking up, Brittany Murphy doesn't seemingly have anything on Ashton Kutcher. Who knows though, right? We have no idea. So why would Ashton Kutcher have any motivation to take Brittany Murphy's life later on when she's married and living in this house with her mom and her husband?
Diddy shit.
Who also were very questionable and weird. They would all like sleep in the bed together, but I digress. And then Britney Spears sold Brittany Murphy that house because she said there was just like a weird vibe there. I think she said it was like haunted. So there's a lot of suspicion around Brittany Murphy's passing that cannot necessarily be tied to Ashton Kutcher. But a lot of people tend to just have some questions because of the close proximity of Diddy and
yeah, Brittany Murphy and 8 Mile, exactly, dude.
Everything we know about Diddy now. And then another name we're going to add to the board.
Oh, she purchased Britney's home.
Is Ashley Ellerin, who dated Ashton Kutcher in 2001. And I mean, I say dated very loosely because Ashley met Ashton at a birthday party. And then later he asked her to go out on a date. He showed up to that first date allegedly very late at like 10:45 at night.
Sure.
So he shows up, looks through the window, knocks on the door, nobody answers, and he sees what he thinks on the carpet is red wine. He said he met her at a party. He thought people were just partying. Someone spilled red wine, so he turned around and left. That was his testimony. Later on, they caught the person who took her life, who was a serial killer in California, Michael Gargiulo.
Sure.
And Ashton Kutcher,
I bet it was Ashton. Look at that fucking mustache he had during that trial.
testified in that trial.
You're a worm with a mustache.
That's what he saw. But later, during the Danny...
Yeah, Kutcher and Mila Kunis give John Legend and Chrissy Teigen weird vibes. Yeah, dude. Like, buffet of cooked children vibes.
Masterson trial, one of Danny Masterson's ex-girlfriends / one of his victims came forward and said that there was a phone call the night that Ashley Ellerin passed away between Ashton Kutcher and Danny Masterson. Basically, like a fixer situation, asking, what should I do? Is this going to be bad for my image? I'm just going to leave. So in moments after Ashley passed away, the question becomes, could he have saved her life if he had called 911? Because he clearly knew that wasn't wine.
Bro, there's no way he showed up at 10:45. He did the murder and he left, and he's lying.
On the carpet, because he called Danny Masterson to say something bad happened, basically, and was trying to get someone to help him figure out the PR spin on the situation. Allegedly, according to some hearsay,
why would you be worried about the PR spin if you didn't do anything?
He and Danny Masterson decided it would be best if he left the scene of the crime and said it was just...
Yeah, Mila seems fake. And kind of like a Russian spy. A little bit. She gives me Elizabeth Jennings vibes.
Wine. So that's what he did, which is very suspicious. So again, we're adding to the Ashton Kutcher board, and we are left with...
No way he's just doing the murders himself. Wait, are you saying you don't think so? I mean, this is like early Ashton too, so I wonder, like, it could possibly be like maybe she was gonna tell on him or something and he freaked out. He seems like the kind of person who would rage murder someone, or like get scared that he's gonna get caught and then murder someone, for sure. I mean, he runs a child trafficking website. Oh, I mean, it's an anti-child trafficking website. He just collects the pictures of children being trafficked and snuff films, and he categorizes them for the FBI, not his personal collection.
It is a net negative for society and Hollywood at large. His career, but when you look at his dating record, Ashley Ellerin, 2001, passed away. Then he moved on to date Brittany Murphy, who later passed away. Then he went on to date January Jones, who he got angry with because she was in a movie with Bruce Willis, and allegedly Bruce Willis hit on her, tried to set them up on a date, like, unknowingly. Then January Jones went to Ash and told him. Then he said, "You're not even a good actress. You should leave Hollywood." So she left him instead. And then she went on to have a child where no one knows the baby daddy. She is sisters doing it all for themselves, basically. And then he went on to marry Demi Moore, where she describes a relationship that sounds not far off from some of the testimonies we got in the Diddy trial from his exes, if we're being honest. And now he's with Mila Kunis, who he met when she was a teenager, who he made stand up for Danny Masterson, possibly jeopardizing her entire career as well. So yeah, net negative, plus the whole Dax Shepard thing. You know, it's bad. Let's go back.
Yeah, dude, Dax Shepard's a weirdo too. They all be freaks. Chicken lovers, dude, that's what they are.
I was raised by my mother, and I was raised by a sister, and I find great security in them, and I find great security in generally the more female side of the human race. Just meaning as far as they're more there tends to be a more eternal strength in women than there is in men, and so I often think the reason that things in the world are as difficult and sort of schizophrenic as they are is often because men are desperately trying to lead themselves, when I think if they back down a little bit and let the mothers lead, that things might turn out a little smoother.
Yeah, let mommy lead. Everybody's doing too much. Okay? I agree. Okay, hold on. I wanted to see this North Star Radio video. I like North Star. What the fuck? Oh, bitch. They took it down.
We're now learning that Alex Preddy had a violent encounter.
Hold on, what's this goon talking about?
As though that means anything. That's the other thing. It's like, how fucking brain broken are you? Okay, what if he was Jewish? Like, who gives a fuck? Dumbass.
What's this, Alev? The most dangerous job in the world. Inventor and journalist, bro. They literally killed all journalists except for Becca Day. It would seem that whoever comes close to getting free energy to work, they suddenly come down with a severe case of bad luck.
It would seem that...
Like, dude, that guy who was just killed... Remember when that happened? That scientist was killed, and then... That same the scientist who killed him went on like a shooting spree. What happened there? Are we over that? Did we forget about that? That dude, what, was he going to talk about free energy?
Whoever comes close to getting free energy to work, they suddenly come down with a case of severe bad luck.
Ah, that's AJ.
Stefan Marinov was the leader of the European free energy movement. In 1997, he made tremendous strides in the technology. Before he could develop his first prototype, he fell out of a window. Dr. John Mullen, a nuclear physicist, used to work for McDonnell Douglas, one of the largest military contractors in the world. He died of arsenic poisoning in 2004. His girlfriend was originally a suspect, but she was found dead in her apartment shortly after. There are no more suspects, there is no investigation, there will be no trial. Dmitry Petronov invented a plasma battery that powered his home for 14 months. In 2010, he went to a bakery and was never seen again. Zachary Warfield was another inventor who developed his own plasma battery. Warfield visited Petronov to exchange information. That same year, Warfield died in a strange boating accident in Washington, D.C. Eugene Molov was a physicist and expert in cold fusion. He claimed he had a working prototype of a free energy device. In 2004, the day before he was to make a public announcement about...
Oh, Dax Shepard is definitely roided out, bro.
About his findings, he was beaten to death. Ari DeGos actually patented free energy technology based on the zero-point field. In 2007, he was about to get on a flight to meet investors who were going to fund his research. He was found dead in his car at the airport. Rory Johnson created a cold fusion laser-activated magnetic motor that generated over 500 horsepower. He planned a public demonstration of 4 vehicles equipped with this magnetron motor. The U.S. Department of Energy placed a restraining order on this technology, preventing publication. And though in excellent health, he died unexpectedly soon after. Mark Tomian, a physicist, patented technology called a star drive, which uses zero-point energy, very similar to the ARV. In 2009, he developed a working prototype. Shortly after, he died from an unexpected cardiac event. His research is missing. Stan Myers developed a working engine that ran on water. In 1997, he died from what was officially reported as a cerebral hemorrhage.
Bro, literally fucking Aaron Salter Jr. was a security guard at the place in Buffalo that was shot up by Peyton Gendry or whatever. Gendrian. Remember when he went and shot up that shopping mall in Buffalo and said it was because he was a racist. Maybe Aaron Salter Jr. was the target, and then all the other stuff was just extra.
This happened while having lunch with 2 potential investors. His last words were, "I was poisoned." Most of this episode comes from a documentary created by James Allen. He ruffled a lot of feathers doing his research, specifically at Lockheed Martin.
Oh!
I actually called.
Bro, and guess who Peyton Gendrian or whatever applied for a job with and didn't get it, supposedly? Lockheed fucking Martin. He wanted a job with Lockheed Martin a couple months before, and they said, "You're not smart enough." So he went on a shooting spree and killed someone who made a free energy water engine in his truck. He made his truck. There's a patent for it. You know what patents are for? Patents are to hunt down the inventors of the world and then kill them. That's what a patent office is for. It's to steal your idea and then kill the inventor. Literally. That's exactly what it's for.
A spokesman at Lockheed and asked her straight up. I'm like, "So what's going on with your electrogravitics program?" And she's like, "Well, we're not at liberty to discuss those programs." And I'm like, "Really? Why not?" And she's like, "Well, it might threaten our competitive advantage." And I really wish I'd gotten that on film or tape. Because my next documentary, Tom, are you listening? I want to do a sort of a investigative documentary on specifically on anti-gravity in the aerospace industry.
While still editing the film before it was even released, James Allen was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. He was dead in 3 months. That interview clip I showed was from 6
Terrence McKenna.
weeks before his cancer diagnosis. Did he look sick to you? Even Mark McCandlish was afraid.
You've actually heard a couple different stories about people being shut down when they're trying to implement this. Or killed. Yeah. I mean, there's many times I lay awake at night with my 9mm under my pillow.
Like, dude, they could literally just shoot you, like, with a dart that has, like, a little uranium or some radiations or something at the end, right? They could prick you with it, and it would just take a couple weeks to just, like, eat your whole body, right?
Loaded, and I wonder why they haven't killed me. No, I honestly did.
This past April, Mark was found dead in his apartment.
I love it. Did we watch that episode? I think we did, right?
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Rocket Money. For decades, we've heard about the catastrophic effects of fossil fuel pollution.
Dude, wait, hold on. I wanted to show you this. The latest Mr. Beast video is straight up just an ad for Neuralink and SpaceX. Like, this is how they think about propaganda, right? They think about it in generational terms. They put Mr. Beast in this position decades ago so that all these dumb kids growing up would think Mr. Beast is cool, dude. So that they will listen to him when he says, "Go get Neuralink."
This is a $1 billion rocket ship of future technology that will one day take you all the way to Mars to live in your brand new home, a $500 million biosphere. Oh my gosh. And throughout this
$500 million biosphere.
video, we'll show you just how epic the future is about to be. Oh my gosh. You'll see how we're going to bring extinct species back to life. This is literally the future. Flying cars that can take
Just saying, he's talking about cloning. This is all soft disclosure, bro.
you anywhere. What? And so much more. No way. All starting with this $1 light, which, when you combine millions of them, can simulate the future of humanity. or Mars. And in this video, I'm excited to show you guys the most futuristic technology on the planet. But next, we're going with the $10,000 technology, Neuralink, which is a computer chip surgically implanted into the brain, enabling people like Nolan here to reconnect to the world. So you were paralyzed from the neck down.
Yeah, and for about 8 years, I was trying to find some purpose in my life.
And then you got Neuralink, and what has that changed?
He didn't have purpose, now he's got Neuralink. And you're going to get it too, bitch. And then you're not going to be so pesky, asking for stuff all the time. I want an apartment. I want to rent. I want to own my home. I don't want to work all the time. Shut the fuck up.
Anything anyone can do on a computer, I can do.
And he literally does it by using only his brain. You are currently moving that with your thoughts.
Yeah, man.
I want to see you send a text with your brain.
Okay.
His hands are paralyzed, but we're going to film them so you can see they're not moving. And using the neurons firing in Nolan's brain, Neuralink can
Every monkey that got Neuralink died, just saying.
Translate those signals into movements. He just typed hi with his mind. Is this not crazy to anyone else? But that's not all he can do. So you just think left and you're about to turn left.
Left, right, don't die.
No.
There we go.
He absolutely crushed us playing with only his mind.
I never thought would allow.
Dude, Jimmy comes off as the fakest person ever. Yeah, fuck you, Jimler Beans.
Me to do anything like this.
And future technology can not only help the mind, but also the body.
They're blocking my Himmler comments. Why does Jimmy look so much like Himmler?
For people like Kai, a 12-year-old born without an arm. And
I can't. He's such a weird guy, dude. Hold on, let's go to the SpaceX part.
That is, okay. Can I take the creature for a spin?
Yes.
Let's have some fun. So all you do is you just press it forward to go forward. What? Is that crazy? And then you pull it back to stop. And then this top part twists, so you can drive the car sideways.
Oh my God.
These chairs pick up your heartbeat and all your vitals, and then automatically adjust everything. They will automatically change the temperature for you. Watch this.
Wait, so then in theory I can drive it?
Yeah, you can drive it, but this car is worth $10 million, by the way, so.
It is?
Yeah.
And I'm driving with my left hand right now? Okay. Oh my gosh, this is trippy.
Speaking of trippy, see that drone right there?
I do.
That is called Wing. This is literally the future of delivery.
Do you see? This is all just soft disclosure and prepping you for what's coming.
Now check this.
That is crazy, and then it just lets go.
Super convenient. They can deliver your packages in minutes. And to put that to the test, while we were shooting our next Wilderness Challenge video, I ordered s'mores ingredients for a contestant through the Wing app. And even though they
Bro, this is literally Hunger Games rewards.
Normally delivered to your doorstep, Wing did a special delivery for this wilderness video faster than any other delivery service could have. What would have normally taken hours was just delivered in a couple minutes to
Dude, Jimmy's fake face is so funny.
the middle of the woods. There you go. Everything you need.
His fake face, his fake teeth, his fake beard. Dude, he went to Turkey to get that fucking beard.
For s'mores delivered in minutes. Normally, though, Wing delivers to your doorstep or backyard.
What the heck? Flying packages?
And this isn't just the future. Wing has already delivered over 750,000 packages to people's doors.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Go to wing.com/MrBeast to learn more.
Thanks, Jimmy.
But for now, we're heading to our $200 million technology.
Yeah, and the biggest audience for this is children. 70 million views? Is that what that really says? Wait, hold on. Wait, stop. Hold on. Bro, that does say 70 million views. How? No fucking shot. How? This video made me truly realize how awesome the future's gonna be.
Which brings us to Upside Foods that has literally produced hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat without killing a single chicken, which is incredible because over 220 million chickens are killed every single day. In order to sustain demands for their meat. And Upside Foods has spent over $200 million in research and development in order to create this technology.
Let me show you how we do it.
Please do. I don't understand.
When we took cells from a chicken egg in 2018, we cracked an egg, we took a small amount of cells, and we froze them in there.
Clearly, you're ushering in communism. Yeah. Karl Marx style, Rothschild communism. Absolutely.
That goes down to -80.
Wow. And you've used those cells to make hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat.
Step 2 is we take those cells, we
Wait, is Bradley butthurt about Mr. Beast? Us calling out Mr. Beast right now? Bradley, calm down. Save your energy.
thought about
like a chihuahua.
Oh my gosh, this is simulating a chicken's body and the cells are just multiplying.
Once we get enough of them, we move on to step 3.
This is protein, fat, sugar. I'm literally feeding the chicken cells over there so they can multiply into chicken meat.
That's right, yes.
And once the chicken feed is in the container, it moves all.
Wait. Hold on, I blacked out. Is this fake meat? Is this a fake meat lab?
But for now, we're heading to our $200 million technology. Which brings us to Upside Foods that has literally produced hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat without killing a single chicken, which is incredible because over 200.
Bro, they definitely are like slipping in this fake chicken to see if people are catching it. Yo! Oh, Jimmy wants... Dude, we're all going to be eating fucking Soylent Green in no time. We're all going to be eating the fucking... The bug squares from Snowpiercer. Oh. Bradley Bacon's like, oh, stop making fun of Jimmy Beast. He just wants to save the chickens. Yeah, this is strange as fuck, dude. This guy wants all of your children. He wants to drink them and for them to watch him. And them to become like him.
120 million chickens are killed every single day in order to sustain demands for their meat. And Upside Foods has spent over $200 million in research and development in order to create this technology.
Let me show you how we do it.
Please do. I don't understand.
I hate this.
When we took cells from a chicken egg in 2018, we cracked an egg, we took a small amount of cells, and we froze.
Yeah, bacon is human meat, Bradley.
Them in this that goes down to -80.
Wow. And you've used those cells to make hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat.
Step 2 is we take those cells, we gently...
Hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat. So where's that chicken meat going? Who's buying it? Or is it just getting slipped into our food?
Thought about.
Oh my gosh.
Chick-fil-A tastes straight up fake. Had to eat it in Florida with my dad over the holidays. Oh, I guess I didn't have to. Back in the day, Chick-fil-A was the bomb, even though their politics are horrible. They got poisoned chicken.
This is simulating a chicken's body.
What do you mean this is simulating a chicken's body? What is this, bro?
And the cells are just multiplying.
Once we get enough of them, we move on to step 3.
This is protein, fat, sugar. I'm literally feeding the chicken cells over there so they can multiply into chicken meat.
That's right, yes.
And once the chicken feed is in the container, it moves all the way through these pipes and through the factory and eventually ends up in here.
You can look through.
I don't like that they have like water gurgling sound effects too.
This, you'll see chicken cells just swimming and swimming in there.
Oh
the worst chicken soup of all time, bro.
My goodness.
It's a lot of chicken.
So every 2 seconds, this produces a chicken's worth of chicken meat.
Yeah, every few seconds.
And saving chicken lives is not the only upside to Upside Foods. These chickens don't get diseases, so you don't have to worry about a disease spreading on the farm and then you eating a sick chicken.
I'm sure they can figure out a disease to give us all from this. It's going to be a genetic thing. It's going to be like worse than the bubonic plague.
Honestly, it seems too good to be true.
Well, let's go and try it.
Please, I need to try it. I need to see how this tastes.
You
now
know
we're going to
Jimmy
put the
didn't
meat
eat
we
this.
just grew
You know Jimmy didn't eat this shit.
to the test.
Look how concerned. What is wrong with this guy? He's never slept. This man has never slept before in his life. Is this real? I don't know. Eat the bugs.
Come on in. I brought one of the best.
Oh, you're so right, J-Love. Campbell's. Where do you think all this Campbell's shit is going? They're making the chicken soup right there.
Chefs I know, Nick DiGiovanni, and he's prepared for us 2 chicken sandwiches. One of these sandwiches, a chicken was killed today to make. The other, no chickens were killed and it was grown in a lab. Which do you think we'll like better?
I think if I
You killed the chicken, Jimmy?
cook it right, you won't be able to tell.
Okay, this is gonna be a good test. He's now giving me one of each chicken sandwich. So we're both trying this one. Here's what it actually is. Me and Tariq do not know. Cheers.
Cheers it. Here we go.
Dude, Jimmy kind of eats. Well, first off, he's clearly got to eat weird because of his dentures. But also, his hands, he kind of eats like review guy. What's that? Review of the day? Wait.
Screaming comply, tread on me, daddy, and the most centrist Democrats that we know are saying, when is someone going to shoot these motherfuckers in the goddamn head? Nothing makes sense, okay? It's not supposed to. Republicans are advocating against the Second Amendment. Democrats are advocating for it. And everyone's going, where the hell's the NRA right here? Taking
The NRA, I can't believe I retweeted them. Look, yeah, look, dude.
Hello, everyone.
Watch when he
This
eats.
is Running On Air. Hey, changing things up a little bit. Works out. And there's a lot of people talking about this. Of the first category, the aesthetically...
Oh. Look at his long fingers.
Times. It's
I've
something
got
that
long
you would
fingers,
seldom
but
see.
not like vampirically long fingers.
And what you would really taste... If you want the review
Eat
in...
a sandwich. All right, we love review, bro. No shade to review, bro.
Sort of creature.
Review bro loses it.
Well, it's going in.
Here we go. Wait, where were we? Where was I? Oh yeah. Okay, here, watch Jimmy now.
This is gonna be a good test. He's now giving me one of each chicken sandwich. So we're both trying this one. Here's what it actually is. Me and Tariq do not know. Cheers.
Cheers it. Here we go.
Well, chicken.
Chicken.
Now we're gonna try this one. This is what it is. We don't know.
Jimmy eats weird, right?
Do not
Is it
know.
just me? Hold on.
Cheers.
Cheers it. Here we go.
Well, chicken.
Chicken.
Now we're gonna try
Yeah, it's weak hands.
this one. This is what it is. We don't know.
Lab-grown chicken.
I honestly can't tell.
It's actually scary how similar they, I mean, they're both chicken.
No matter what, both of them taste really good. This one's the cultivated one.
You're wrong.
No shot.
That's the cultivated one.
He's a liar.
Honestly can't tell the difference. What the heck? And what's crazy is in the near future, this technology could save the lives of trillions of chickens and other animals. Which brings us to Colossal, the $400 million future tech, which literally brought the dire wolf back to life and is currently working on bringing back the woolly mammoth.
Okay, they're cloning and we don't think they're cloning humans. Excuse me, grow up.
And Dodo Bird. This is the founder, and he's responsible for bringing back from extinction the animals we're about to see today.
You're going to be one of our scientists and go in the whole process. You're going to help us do all the steps to bring back extinct species.
I'm not qualified, but let's do it. Tens of thousands of years ago, woolly mammoths ruled the mainland. But after the end of the Ice Age, they all went extinct, leaving behind their DNA in the form of their fossilized tusks.
This is a real tusk. It's 43,000 years old from Alaska.
This might be one of the coolest things in the world.
It really is. And this is leading to bring back the mammoth.
How many decades till you're able to make a woolly mammoth?
We will have...
What if we just stopped making the animals that are here go extinct first? And then we cared about bringing Hitler back. Or Joseph Goebbels. I mean, Himmler. Heinrich Himmler. That's who Jimmy is. Heinrich Himmler clone talking about clones. And all the while fittest federal earther Kathy Sanders' grandson is saying that clones aren't real. Enjoy your socialist 3D chicken. Bradley, what? I'm so confused. We hate the 3D printed chicken. Why are you crashing out right now? What's going on? Yeah, Jimmy talks like a weatherman always.
Mammoths this decade.
Oh my gosh. And I'm directly helping by collecting a real mammoth DNA sample.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
You nailed it.
This is a piece of a 43,000-year-old tusk. And that's just the first step in bringing an extinct creature to life. Next, we have to clone the DNA.
You're going to use a laser to actually pierce into a cell and transfer and clone a cell.
Wait, let me try the code. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my gosh!
If anyone wants to break it, let me know.
It's definitely not 1, 2, 3, or 4. Step once on that orange petal.
All right.
So now with your right hand, you're going to move that little pipette and you're going to go through the hole that you cut using the laser. We're almost there. Yeah.
Okay.
Surgical precision.
You got it.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yes.
Yes. You have successfully extracted the DNA.
Wait, I want to put it in a different one.
Is he supposed to do that?
Yeah, I totally can. I mean, that is the cloning process.
I'm a cloner.
So now...
I got it. Don't worry about it. So then you just shove...
Yo, he said it.
Successfully.
We're relieving shadow pressure.
Extracted the DNA.
Wait, I want to put it in a different one.
Is he supposed to do that?
Yeah, I totally can. I mean, that is the cloning process.
I'm a cloner.
So
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my heart. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to find.
We got him. I'm a cloner. Jimmy said it himself. He's a fucking clone, bitch. He's just a little cloner donor. He's from Frankfurt, Germany, and so is Peter Thiel. Ooh! We fucking got him, boys. Oh, Jimmy, you're fucked. Okay, hold on. We gotta clip that. We fucking got Jimmy, boys. It's over. Yeah, first step in clone recovery is admitting it. I was led astray the day you walked away. Here we go.
there you go. Yes. You have successfully extracted the DNA.
Wait, I want to put it in a different one.
Is he supposed to do that?
Yeah, I totally can. I mean, that is the cloning process.
I'm a cloner.
So now...
I got it. Don't worry about it.
The Nazi horse's ass said it himself, bro.
He's supposed to do that?
Yeah, I totally can. I mean, that is the cloning process.
I'm a cloner.
So now...
I'm a cloner.
So now...
I'm a cloner.
So
I'm a cloner.
So
I'm a cloner.
The fact he's using our fucking terminology too is incredible, bro.
I'm a cloner. 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 I'm a cloner.
We know, Jimmy.
I'm a cloner. 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 I'm a cloner.
We know, Jimmy.
I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner.
All right, we got him. We fucking got him, boys. You're cooked, Mr. Beast.
So then you just shove it in here.
Yep.
Oh, too much.
Oh, no.
That That's exactly the opposite of what's supposed to happen.
I need some more practice in cloning animals. But before they can bring
You see how he said cloning animals? He's good at cloning humans because he is a human clone.
a woolly mammoth back to life, first they mixed its DNA with that of a mouse and created a woolly mouse. In just a few years, Colossal will use this same technology to bring the woolly mammoth back from extinction. All right, crazy question. Can I touch it?
Yes, you will be the first person ever outside of our animal operations team to touch the woolly mice. Like, I actually have never even pet the woolly mice.
I'm literally going to hold an animal that until recently never existed in history.
This is Dale.
Dale is so soft. I now have woolly mammoth DNA. Anyone want to buy it?
No. Someone wash his hands, please.
No, Colossal has spent over $400 million not just bringing...
I can't wait. And then, dude, literally, we still haven't even gotten to the SpaceX propaganda. This is literally just an ad for your future enslavement to your children. This is making your kids go, oh, this is, okay, cool. So when I get Neuralink in my brain, it's normal.
Back animals, but also saving them from extinction.
We have over 1,000 species already in this biovault alone.
There are over 1,000 species in here that could one day go endangered, and you're just holding on to their DNA in case you need to bring it back. Ben,
well, can we just stop them from going extinct now?
let me label some of the samples that could actually be stored for hundreds of years. This is dozens of endangered species.
If George Soros is behind pumpkin spice lattes, then just mud flood me right now. Aunt Deb, I got bad news for you.
I'm gonna slide into here.
Close it, yep.
Okay. And those might sit there for years, decades.
Yeah,
but
or
if
decades.
any of those species go extinct, you can now pull out blood and tissue and
reanimate them and clone them. Yes.
How do more people not know about this?
And people want to pretend like cloning a person is crazy. This is what they're admitting to us. And just remember, they're also flying space orbs around. So I'd say, like Jimmy said, whoops.
I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner.
Got him.
This is crazy. And before I left, I had a little surprise for them. Can I ask one favor?
Sure.
Tariq, hand it to me. Yeah. This is a cake made of meat, and you have 2 direwolves that you brought back from extinction. I know your direwolves are classified, but what if I hand you this, and you give the meat cake to the direwolves and film it?
I will totally do that.
Okay, I like that answer. And Ben kept his promise. You're watching the only 2 direwolves in the universe, literally resurrected from the past, enjoying a meat cake made just for them. And apparently the only difference between saving all animals and saving all humans is $100 million. Bringing us to this $500 million biosphere.
Which is literally the blueprint for what human life will be like on other
Is this some NASA shit, dude? Get the fuck out of here.
planets. Let's go be Martian.
Oh God, let's watch NASA do more fucking tax fraud.
For a day, boys. Woo! Let's do it.
Because this exact biosphere could be our future home on Mars, surviving there means it needs to produce its own oxygen, water, and self-sustaining food source.
Come on in, boys. Make sure you seal the door behind you. We are now sealed inside the biosphere, which means we can take these suits off. Okay, just gentle on the nose. Okay. Oh! Good.
Yes. Okay.
Bro, being an astronaut is way harder than you think.
It's time to begin our first day as Martians. While we're not actually on Mars yet, this biosphere could save humanity if Earth becomes...
What, did Jimmy get rid of all of his old friends? I don't recognize any of these wiener boys that are around him. Who are these clowns?
Uninhabitable. This biosphere has everything needed to...
Dude, they do want us in a biodome. That's why Pauly Shore was in Biodome.
sustain human life.
Even a girlfriend for me?
It's a biosphere, not God. Can't pull off miracles. This place
Even dogs don't want feastable chocolate bars.
also has 5 different biomes, much like Minecraft. And I want to take you to one of the cooler ones. A rainforest. I don't know if you guys realize, but these plants have been living in here, some of them for over 30 years.
Dude, that's older than Tariq.
Yeah. No, it's not actually.
Oh, it's the same age?
Yeah. Now, if we keep walking right over here, the rainforest can also Rain.
It's literally raining in here.
I told him to only have it rain on the left side of the biosphere, which is why I'm dry and you guys are getting wet. Are you getting a little cold?
Yeah, it's freezing.
Well, here, come on the non-raining half.
It literally isn't raining.
You know like those snow globes you get for Christmas?
Yeah.
That's what this biosphere is. It's your own mini Earth that you can put on any planet in the solar system. Like in the real world, there isn't just rainforest. Now we're gonna head over to the savannah.
Now we're gonna head over to the savannah.
Savannah biome is the ideal climate for growing food, which is why it's arguably the most important of the 5. These are ghost peppers, as you can see.
This is much better content than Miss Rachel, that's for sure. I want my children to grow up to be greedy, bloodthirsty capitalists.
You want to give it a try?
Sure.
Masquerading as environmentalists.
Oh! Actually, no, I actually need water.
It's a ghost pepper. Nolan, we don't have much water on Mars. Stop wasting it. I hear milk helps. You want to try our brand new Feastables caramel chocolate bar?
Stop talking. Put it in my...
Dude, it's an ad within an ad. This is crazy, bro. Oh my god, I'm just watching Adception.
And much like the current state of Nolan's mouth, we're now in the desert biome. All right, ignore the do not enter sign. Do you feel that wind?
Wait, we're inside.
Wind like this is actually important so the trees strengthen themselves and stand up. And that is just one of countless findings that has come out of this biosphere. It's done wonders for research. All right, gentlemen, this right here is a swampland. And the cool part about this, grab one of these plants.
Hey, what is this?
This tastes just like a potato chip. Isn't that crazy? It's crunchy.
Salty.
Yeah. On Mars, if you're like boiling food or whatever, you'd put that in there and it would make the food salty.
What? That's awesome.
And that brings us to our final biome, the ocean. Check it out.
That's a lot of water.
That's a beach. A literal beach inside of the biosphere. Now that we have everything we need to survive the rest of our lives here.
This greenhouse is fucking sick.
Say we have a Martian dinner.
Minus the ghost pepper?
Yeah, we're gonna watch something else. I want to see the SpaceX thing. I thought they would get to it sooner.
They see their plans to launch.
Oh my god. Look at this AI footage.
Thousands of starships to Mars, making humanity.
If they've shot all these rockets, why do they gotta show us fake ones?
A multi-planetary species. Starship is made here in one of the largest buildings on the planet.
Why do they need such a large building?
Well, basically, raw materials come in one end, and the literal rocket ships go out the other.
Like that?
Yeah, bro, there's rocket ship pieces everywhere. And we have the vice president of Starship.
Does anyone know why the protesters are asking people to identify themselves? It's okay if they ask for your papers, but not police? Got it. What are you talking about? The people making joke videos of asking for papers? I mean, if people are agitators and stuff, they definitely get checked and investigated. Hell yeah. If you're an instigator, you're an infiltrator, you're doing stuff that makes people sus of you, yeah, you gotta prove who you are, prove you're a person and not a cop. But they could do that without ID. You just gotta look at their shoes. If they look like a chud, they're probably a cop. Bradley, you ride way too hard for the cops. I've always known, bro. I clocked you from the moment you came in. Bradley Bacon. And you're like, what do you mean? Are you just doing propaganda? What is your problem? We're not even talking about cop shit right now. Why are you trying to what are you doing? So weird. If people have unpleasant times here, they literally don't have to be here. So it's weird when you're like, you know? If you don't like what you hear, go back to Quantico or El Paso, wherever Paul's got you working out of.
Show us how the technology they're developing here will define humanity's future.
This is the inside of Starship.
Whoa.
In a few years, we'll be
Do we trust this? Who? Mr. Beast? Do we trust Mr. Beast? No, we fucking hate Mr. Beast.
sending people to the moon and shortly after to Mars.
Can we buy tickets to Mars?
Yeah, let's talk about it later.
Dibs.
And you want to be able to send thousands of starships at a time?
Thousands of starships.
And each starship could hold 100 people?
Yes.
Oh my.
That's fucking it? That's it, dude?
My gosh. Bro, the future is crazy. I'm so
I did not block you. I put you on a timeout. Look, you're back, unfortunately, for asking valid questions. Dude, you're not going to derail us. We're talking about Jimmy Beast, okay? Don't get us off the important shit. Yeah, Bradley's a terrorist sympathizer who sides with mask-wearing terrorists. Bradley, do you think that if Alex Preddy kicked that headlight out or the taillight out of that car, do you think he deserves to get executed in the street? Come on, say the truth. Say you do think that. Come on, just say it. Come on, be who you are. Say yes. He said no to cops. He said no to cops. He deserves to be executed. Yeah, and Bradley, you like socialism for the rich, dog. Don't get us off Mr. Beast. What is Mr. Beast? Is Mr. Beast too close to the truth? We gotta... You trying to get us off topic?
Excited. While I was being shown around, arguably the coolest thing humanity's ever built, I wanted to ask some...
Dude, think about it, right? They're like 100 people can get on a SpaceX flight to Mars. Okay, so let's be generous and say that they shoot 100 SpaceXs to Mars. That's literally 10,000 people. What the fuck? So funny. I mean, dude, you could literally think about, and like, this is just more proof that black people were here. Like, shipping people from Africa to America in the 1600s is essentially sending people to Mars. Like, how many millions of people did they say they brought? Like, no the fuck they didn't. They had like 6 ships that could hold a couple hundred people. Even if they went 24/7 for 100 years, bro. That's like, yeah, when the math don't math. And, dude, just think about all of that work. That's so much work. Can you imagine these motherfuckers doing work? No, they just imprisoned people that were here.
Hard-hitting questions. Has Starship ever encountered an unidentified object up in space?
Not yet. That we can talk about.
Would the answer be different if I asked you off camera?
No.
Anyways.
I don't trust this guy at all, dude. He's a creepo. Check this man's hard drive. He works for SpaceX. His too.
Let's keep going.
Dude, I can't believe that they made the fucking Winter Soldier, like, super soldier program, and Mr. Beast is like the result of that program. Yeah, exactly, Alev. If you just think about it as a cost-effective thing, no fucking chance did they ship millions of people here. No fucking chance. That's so much work and effort, bro. No chance. It's genius. The whole thing is diabolically genius. That's something I never even questioned that until, you know, whenever we started talking about all this shit. The last 2 years. But that's the whole point. You just learn what you learn growing up, and you don't think that the adults are lying to you. That's the whole thing. That's the whole game. They know we're naive. Once that fucking bug is planted in your brain, it's hard to get rid of it, right? It's okay to carry. Oh, so you're anti-2A now? It's okay to carry, but rule number 1 when carrying is never put yourself in those situations, period. What situations? Kicking a taillight of a cop? He didn't pull the gun ever. What do you mean? Then the other time, he was literally instigated by the police. He didn't even kick anything. So now you're just anti-gun. That sounds pretty anti-American to me. Like your morality, you don't have morality. You just want to listen to who you like and you want your team to win. No people should be getting shot on the street, even if he was shooting at the cops. I don't even fucking care. These cops' job at the end of the day, when everything goes to shit, is to literally put you on a cattle car to a concentration camp. They're human traffickers. They should be treated as such. That's not at all what I said. Well, no, I'm doing the thing where you don't have morality. You're just doing a case-by-case basis where you're like, I like this. I like when Kyle Rittenhouse shoots people at protests, but I don't like when Alex Peretti has a gun and doesn't brandish it at all. But I do like when he gets executed. He shouldn't have put himself in that situation. Sasha Riley shouldn't have put himself in that situation with Trump. Victim blamer. Yeah. How much do you love Kyle Rittenhouse, Bradley? Like, this is what I mean. You're playing teams. You don't have morality. You don't have a code of ethics that decides what is right or wrong. You're just listening to people. No one should be shot in the street by a fucking dumbass cop. If they're too pussy to fucking arrest people and not kill them, then they shouldn't do their job. Yeah, and this is what you guys always say. That's not what I said. No, I'm going to where your shit doesn't make any sense because you're just picking and choosing. On the next thing, when it's someone in a red hat, you're going to say the opposite. You don't have a code. A man's got to have a fucking code. Omar Little said that. Believe it. Figure your code out and stop listening to cucks and fuck police, all of them. Bradley Bacon.
It's crazy how normal everyone is in here. Like, they're all working really hard, but I think they might be numb to the fact that they're building rockets. This is crazy. Do you guys realize
wait, hold on. This is Bradley Bacon right now for the ICE officer that's going to go to prison, hopefully. Bradley is Kyle.
I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now...
We loved when Kyle had his gun and used it on protesters.
Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with
right,
a pistol
Bradley?
in his
That
hand,
was fine. That was normal. Alex Peretti keeping his in his holster the entire time? Not normal. Weird.
And as
get to the good part.
Direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
I wasn't.
Once I take that...
Where does he get his little California thing?
That step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side.
This is Bradley Bacon trying to get the frickin' story straight.
And I was cornered from in front of me with
Bradley is Paul.
Mr. Zeminski. And there were three people right there.
Bradley said, laugh, show your true colors, laugh at Kyle Rittenhouse's real tears. What are my true colors? My true colors are that I stand with the people. Your true colors are that you stand with fucking pigs. And you know what? That's a real disservice to pigs because pigs are awesome. But these hogs, these ICE agents, not worth fucking crying over. So I gotta ask, why are you here, Bradley? You're here to just stir the pot? Huh? Are you from Unit 8200? What's your deal? Come on, be truthful for once in your life, Bradley Bacon.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
Like, people who root for cops to gun civilians down in the street are a different kind of brain broken. They got bacon for brains.
That's what I...
Bradley trying to make a coherent argument. Fighting time. You guys are being mean to me.
That's where I run.
He looks over to make sure the judge is watching him. Yeah, Bradley, you're an IDF troll.
Time for our break. Anyway,
I never said that. Bradley, you want to go away forever?
Working on
From
a
the chat. Not a threat.
rocket ship, right? Yeah. Isn't that freaking crazy?
Yeah.
I'd be terrified if they didn't realize that.
And the rockets that these two are building are fully reusable starships. And when they re-enter
There it
Earth's
is. Bye,
atmosphere,
Bradley.
they endure temperatures hotter than molten lava. So the SpaceX team engineered a custom heat shield system.
We've been talking a little bit about heat shield tiles, and here we have one for you to hold. What do you think?
So this is the heat shield tile.
This is a real heat shield tile.
This is very light. Wait, hold that.
Because there's 18,000 of them.
How hot can this get?
It can get so hot that a blowtorch can't get through it.
What if I
Love my trolls, baby.
put my hand here, we put this here, and then you...
Dude, I feel immense dead weight lifted, right? Fucking A.
You blowtorch this.
I'll blowtorch it.
Really? You have that much faith?
I have that much faith.
Bradley, go in your corner and count to 100 million like Mr. Beast.
Let's test it. Someone give me a blowtorch.
I'm not sure I signed a waiver.
No waiver required.
Oh, of course the blowtorch looks like Starship. I love how committed this company is. For reference, so you can see this is real. Look at that.
Dude, I really do think, see, this is why, like, it is important for us to push back against the narrative and fight back and do all the shit that we've been doing, you know, not like us, but like everything, the protests, all that shit, right? Everyone wants to say don't protest. Well, it is having a little effect, you know, and look, they're scared. I honestly don't think that they thought that there would be as much pushback as there is. There's a lot of unifying. So they've got to send their fucking instigators and their little worms, you know. You're a worm with a mustache. But dude, honestly, all it is proof to me that we're doing the right thing. Like, Bradley's always been like that, and I'm fine with, like, I like to keep the enemies that we know close, until they go too far, or they just can't stop derailing. But yeah, Bradley's been on a mission the last couple days, which is hilarious. So, dude, and what did we do? I called it the minute I saw Bradley's name. I don't remember what, it was a long time ago. The minute I saw Bradley Bacon, I go, Bradley Bacon? Are you fucking kidding me? We always know. So, it's fucking hilarious, dude. They can't leave us alone, guys. We must be doing something right. Community is bad and scary to them. I think so. We are the Nitwitch movement. Yeah, dude. Man, Bradley. I mean, dude, next time, at least come in with a better name. What the fuck? They're incapable of even making names that are normal. Well, Bradley came in. Bradley's from, like, I want to say it could be almost a year ago at this point. Bradley's always been like, I mean, it's not always. Sometimes Bradley's fine and fun, and then they always got to do their, like, Fed shit, which is instigate and then immediately be like, I'm just asking questions, you know? But it's fine. Sure, they'll be back as Corporal Hamhock. They'll come back as what's it called? What are the pork rinds? Chicharrones. Bradley Brisket's coming next. John Pork, yeah. But yeah. Was Bradley religious? I forget if Bradley was about the Jesus shit. I don't remember. Art Albardo and Bradley Bacon will look best on Barney's on the Barney grave. We'll put him on Kathy Sand. Dude, I'm telling you, at the end of this, if I find out that all of these fucking people that have been fucking with me are literally related to Paul and Kathy Sanders and shit, I'll lose my mind. I'll be so fucking happy. That would make me laugh so hard. Chad Chicharron. But yeah, dude, I have always been calling out Bradley because I'm telling you, that suspicion's never gone anywhere. So funny. Little Brad.
Carl, you should.
I'd love to.
I'll hold it. Wait, don't burn my hand.
Of course.
Wow. Well, it's turning orange. This is over 2,000 degrees, and I feel nothing on my hand. Science is cool. What happens if I touch it now?
It probably won't burn you, but it will.
He's like, what an idiot. SpaceX is building
I'm like, what an idiot.
hundreds of starships all at the same time. You guys are churning out rockets like they're cars.
Exactly. This is basically a car line that builds rockets.
I hope it's not Tesla making them because they would be built like shit. Chadley Pork Belly. And 1 out of 10 times bacon is all right. The other 9 out of 10, he's got sand in his vagina. The worst part is Bradley is a girl. She knows how sand in the vag feels, and she be acting like it. Yeah, Bradley. R.I.P. Bradley. We'll never think about you again, buddy. No, that's not true. You're part of the lore at this point. I'm sure Black Death will goof on you for months to come.
Then granted access to do something that is normally off limits for civilians.
This is a flap, so it's getting all the tiles.
They're like, you get to fuck the wing of it.
Installed.
Can I put one on?
Let me ask. We don't want the rocket to blow up.
Of course.
I mean, we've never had someone install flight hardware who's not trained for it. So what we got here is a heat shield tile. Okay. We put this on, then we fold the edges up and we snap the tile in.
Okay.
And we're gonna let you do that.
Oh, really?
But you can only do this once, and we can't go backwards. Oh. So if you mess it up, we have to destroy it to get it out.
Really?
Yeah, so no pressure.
That feels like a lot of pressure.
Okay, let's do it. I'm a rocket engineer.
Yeah, this will fly to space if you do it right. And if you don't,
you'll have to pull it off.
It's definitely wrong.
Maybe it does take rocket science.
So now you can push it.
Just push down?
There you go.
There it is.
Okay.
You did it.
Now I'm signing the tile.
Bro, this thing is held on by Legos.
MB, Mr. Beast, if for whatever reason this tile causes the rocket to blow up, everything you're watching right now is AI. It's not real. You can't prove this is real.
Well,
See? He's casting spells into the ether network, into your little kids' brains, that anything that we don't like, AI. Anything we do like, not AI.
An eyewitness.
You're also AI.
Barry, you missed the last Bradley crash out. Bradley just fucking ate sand. Bradley's off pounding sand, baby. Bon voyage. A tout à l'heure.
In the case that this blows up. As massive as this billion-dollar rocket factory is, it's still not big enough for the final step of building starships. This is how large Starship is once it's fully put together, everything we just showed you. The camera...
Yo, you think Mr. Beast could keister that shit? I know Peter Thiel could. You know Peter Thiel sits on this rocket.
Doesn't do it justice. This thing is massive.
Bro, I bet Peter Thiel could get like 6 levels down on this shit.
There's a
He says Trump stakes. He says Sasha Riley could do nothing to me. I'm an empty cavern.
good chance.
Not even a star, not even SpaceX. What is this thing called? Dragon can fill me up.
You'll be able to fly on this one day and go to a different planet. Crazy. And at the end of our Starbase tour, they took us to see all the other starships just waiting to go to space around the Starbase campus. Social media and the news can make the future seem so negative and dire. But honestly, what I saw in this video gave me hope. From the insane of biotech, developed to give people with disabilities a new chance at life, to cars that literally fly in the air, redefining how we move around the world, to the DNA technologies, saving animals from suffering.
Bro, what a nightmare. Oh my gosh.
That's a crazy fucking statement in this community of all communities, bro.
Mayor Fry, can you explain what it means to
This is in
be a
Minneapolis.
sanctuary city, why Minneapolis is a sanctuary
Boy,
city,
ain't no way.
and why you believe being a sanctuary city makes Minneapolis a safer place?
There's a lot of terminology about what is or what isn't a sanctuary city. But in Minneapolis, we have something called a separation ordinance. And what that ordinance states is that we do not work on immigration enforcement. We do not cooperate with federal agencies around immigration enforcement. We do work extensively with federal agencies.
I don't like that when he talks about the dog stuff, but he's very extreme. I don't give a shit about him talking about the dog stuff. I do give a shit about them doing a fucking accidental N-word slip on one of their streams.
Where we've worked with the federal administration to help.
That chat is just like
but
slur
it's not
Saturday.
Federal immigration law. Why? Again, because I want our police spending time protecting the residents of our city, stopping
that was close, not
homicides
peanut.
and
No, I
carjackings,
know.
Making sure.
Yeah, let's detox with I think there was a Minutes of Horror. Booga Bear.
8 people on board, 7 people have passed. So we definitely have quite a few things to talk about in today's video, but first I do want to go ahead and talk about this very suspicious plane crash that happened in Bangor,
Booch time, BRB.
Maine. Outside of the fact that it happened on runway 33, if you remember, the very first major commercial plane crash the United States has had in over 15 years also occurred on runway 33 last year. This one that happened in Maine a couple days ago is...
What, was that the one with the helicopter?
really raising some eyebrows. Now, at first, the FAA came out and said that there were exactly 8 people on board, 7 people had passed away, and there was 1 survivor, and the 1 survivor was a crew member on board the plane that was badly injured. Yet, for whatever reason, the airport came out and gave a statement the very next day saying there was only 6 people on board the plane, and all 6 people had passed away. No mentions of this injured crew member. I mean, that's kind of a specific thing to report on for something that doesn't even exist. I mean, I guess those types of mistakes can be made, but what's even more interesting is that this plane belonged to a law firm, Arnold & Icken. News did name some of the individuals involved in this plane crash, and one of them just happened to be a top lawyer, 46-year-old Tara Arnold. What some people are finding suspicious is the timing. News is coming out that this law firm is known for defending undocumented migrants and is supposedly anti-ICE. But what I found interesting is that
like, don't these little IDF agents, isn't it, like, why do they crash out like this? Now you burn a months-long relationship, right? What, they're just going to send another idiot? Doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like they don't even know how to handle people, honestly. They're terrible at it. I'm never going to go for that. What is it? Just supposed to, like, find, like, what, are there 2 nitwitches that are like, I love cops? You know, like, what is the game plan? There isn't one. They're just flailing. They're like, oh, we'll anger him. We'll anger him and we'll make him say something terroristic so that Paul can go to his house and arrest him. Is that the plan? You know what I mean? Because well, remember that one guy that was out on a date and he was like talking about how they fuck with people on the internet and they try and make them desperate and then they like instigate them into doing something that can get them in trouble?
Their law firm went up against Big Pharma and won. Reading this case description on their website, it reads, in October
El Bardo Bacon.
2019, our firm won a record-breaking $8 billion punitive damage verdict against Johnson & Johnson and its subsidiary, Janssen Pharmaceuticals, the maker of a medication called Risperdal. One of their clients suffered from a condition known as gynecomastia, the growth of female breast on boys after taking this medication. Now, this drug was originally developed to treat schizophrenia in adults, but in order to make more profits, Johnson & Johnson marketed the drug off-label to children, saying that it's fine for them to take it and nothing will happen to them. But Johnson & Johnson withheld scientific data from the public showing that the drug caused serious deformities in young boys. The jury sided with the law firm and sent a message to Johnson & Johnson that it's not acceptable to knowingly hurt children, that they need to change their ways. Now, this happened all the way back in 2019, but remember, Johnson & Johnson and other pharmaceutical companies were also involved in a certain jab that was deemed very safe, where there's been a lot of reports coming out of children, young adults, getting heart inflammation, and not just that, there's been an explosion of the big C when it also comes to young adults as well. So I wouldn't doubt a law firm that already won $8 billion against one of the jab companies wouldn't be looking into it further, but that's just speculating. There are some witnesses saying that the runway conditions were very bad and the plane was not fully clear to take off, yet for whatever reason it still did, and when it did, it landed on its back. The plane was fully inverted. And creepy enough, right before the plane took off, somebody can be heard saying this, and they don't know if it was the pilot or air traffic control.
Let there be light. All traffic is stopped on the field. All traffic is stopped on the field. Let there be light.
That is indeed very creepy. The last thing said before the crash was "let there be light," and it was the pilot saying that due to very low visibility, why again even attempt to take off. The type of plane that this is as well, the Bombardier 600, is also well known to have a lot of risks taking off during winter weather, so you would think they would have been especially careful. While there are a lot of suspicious things going on in this news story, it is also important to point out not only the fact of runway 33, we do know when the number 33 appears, usually it's a scripted event, but also is the fact that the law firm, its initials are AI. I do have to say that there are some like any other law firm, for me anyway, still personally for me, we're not normal.
Wait, hold on. I found the thing. This is Bradley Bacon, dude. No, I don't want to follow Knitted Anus.
You create the situation to where they have no choice but to act on their impulse. And once they act on that impulse, then we call that entrapment. We call it a nudge. A nudge. A nudge. Sometimes just gotta...
Bradley Bacon's out here trying to nudge me into saying, like, something Paul would say. You guys know it's illegal to say, I am going up to the roof of the building across the street from the White House, and I'm going to snipe the President of the United States. That is illegal to say out loud, unless you're telling someone that that's what's illegal to say. Because I'm not saying it. You know what I mean? I wish we could watch that Whitest Kids You Know, but every time we do, I get a strike.
Quick look, just to see what happens, right?
And how does that happen?
You put a post out there, or you have some fake profile say something that triggers, that we know is going to trigger them, right? Like
yeah, we already know your history.
We already know your history. If we're to that point, we already know everything about it.
Yeah, but guess what? Sometimes you can rewrite your history. You know, you find yoga. You find that namaste. These lizards. They just want to cause a disrupt amongst the ranks. They want to make everyone demoralized. Yeah, these fucking people are evil. This dude, you can tell he's Mormon.
So you're like, oh, this will piss them off. Sometimes you light the fuse and just wait for it to follow.
And dude, I'm just saying I'm still not wrong about us being taken over by evil gays. What's up with it? Not all gay people, just the evil gays are in charge. They're
That's really
all
putting on a fake social media thing to like really get people mad.
Gavin O'Blennis, former FBI. This dude knows Paul.
Post fake news. Sometimes it's not fake. It's embellished a little bit. Put anyone in jail.
Embellished a little bit.
In my previous timeline may have been normal for you, but not for me. For example, what I spoke about yesterday, the Cheshire moon, the wet moon, constantly appearing every month, exploding trees, things like that. But one thing I'm certain I've never heard of before are these things called frostquakes. Never heard of this thing called a frostquake in my entire life until last.
Here, Peppa, I'll watch this 1 minute one. There's too many links. It's too much.
Whether this idea is right or some other idea is right, I think it's almost certain that we will eventually think of cleverer things to do than just putting sulfur in. That if engineers and scientists really turn their minds to this, it's amazing how we can affect the planet. The one thing about this is it gives us extraordinary leverage. This improved science and engineering will, whether we like it or not, give us more and more leverage to affect the planet, to control the planet, to give us weather and climate control, not because we plan it, not because we want it, just because science delivers it to us bit by bit, with better knowledge of the way the system works and better engineering tools to affect it. Whether this idea is right or some other idea is right, I think it's almost certain that we will eventually think of cleverer things to do than just putting sulfur in. That if engineers and scientists really turn their minds to this, it's amazing how we can affect the planet.
It's so fucking ugly. That's the biggest travesty of it all.
About this is it gives us extraordinary leverage. This improved science and engineering will, whether we like it or not, give us more and more.
Evil gays have taken over the gay nightlife scene in OKC? Tell me more. What do you mean? Are they like the club owners and shit? Or what? They're like running a drug trafficking ring or something? I love gossip and drama. Tell me more. Especially in our favorite city, Oklahoma City.
More leverage to affect the planet, to control the planet, to give us weather and climate control, not because we plan it, not because we want it, just because science delivers it to us bit by bit, with better knowledge of the way the system works and better engineering tools to affect it.
Yo, fuck these lizards, dog.
The little picture is from a nanofabrication study, which shows you can make very high quality, and do this in just a jet in a very simple way, make high quality aluminum parts.
David Keith admits to dangers of 10 megatons of aluminum sprayed over people geoengineering. Wait, Wait, could spraying aluminum over everyone be bad for us?
Particles just by spraying aluminum vapor out, which oxidizes. So it's certainly in principle possible to do that. There's a big literature.
I went to Oklahoma City with that dumbass friend of mine who tried to intervention me last year. Idiot. But yeah, OKC is pretty cool. The cool thing that I loved about Oklahoma City was that it's like so dry there. The thing that stood out that like isn't anywhere else is that I feel like it has really old like signs painted on buildings that still survive. And they're all fucking cool. Like there's tons and tons of old like they all look like old Western like style, you know, painting on sides of buildings. That has faded a lot, but not totally gone.
Literature that's already looked at that. And you could do that by either building new versions of these aircraft or even re-engineering existing aircraft. So there's some ideas of that. So you go to an engineering firm and you want this done. They don't say this is hard or unusual. They say,
oh, yes, the known sexual abusers are the club and bar owners. It's really sad, too, because our neighborhood, 39th Street, is the biggest in the Midwest, and we have one of the few lesbian bars left. And it got bought out. Jesus. What do you mean Bradley's back? Oh, God. Either Bradley Pork Rinds is Bradley or it's Aunt Deb.
okay, yes, we could do it. Aerosol geoengineering looks like it is so cheap that the cost is basically not going to be an issue. That means that implementation decisions will be risk-to-risk decisions. The risk of doing it against the risk of not doing it. And it makes the problem of how we govern it fundamentally harder and different and novel. So I've told you this cheap to deliver materials to stratosphere, and I'm convinced that's true. I don't think that will change. But I think the more we do research, the less easy this will look, the more complicated the environmental effects will look. And that's a good thing, because right now it looks too easy. So I think that if we do more research, we're likely to find out that it's harder and more complicated than we thought, and the side effects are harder to manage, and that's a healthy outcome that will make it easier to do the management. Of course, the opposite reaction is possible. It's an empirical question how people will actually react to knowledge about this. Another reaction is to say, if these crazy scientists are so concerned about putting CO2 in the atmosphere, they want to think about these things, and that might actually mean we should be more serious about the risks of CO2 in the atmosphere. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids.
Free riding on our grandkids. What does that mean?
Numerous air quality studies, including from CARB, California Air Quality Resource Board, have named submicron-sized particulates as being particularly harmful for human respiration. Through all the discussions today, I have not heard any mention of...
Dude, we gotta be so full of fucking toxic heavy metals. Dude, Mr. Bunny. Bro. I have a great movie recommendation for you. Last night, I was scrolling on TikTok and I came across this video and they told me about this movie I've never heard of, and I was like, I'm going to give that a shot. And I watched it and it was really cool. You might like this movie. It's called Akira. Have you ever heard of it?
Akira for the first time. Pretty much blind. I have next to no concept of what Akira is about.
I
just looked up the premise like 20 minutes ago on IMDb.
I just went off of their word. I didn't listen to anyone else. I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go with this random recommendation. This movie does sound kind of good.
And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that's what Akira was about. I only know 3 things. The bike slide, the audio that went viral on here a little while ago, and a scene.
Oh, you've seen it, Bunny? Yeah, it is pretty cool. I thought you might like it. It was fun. It was really cool. I actually did like it a lot. I think the other times I was just tired, because once I was actually paying attention, I really liked it. I watched it because of a TikTok. Sounds about right. No, I saw this and I said, oh, this would be so funny to watch the whole movie just to tell Bunny that I saw this TikTok, and it made me watch the movie. So no, it was even worse. It was just for a dumb. It was just to just to ruin the lore and also to tell a joke. But no, the movie was great. No, honestly, I saw this and I was like, oh, I'm taking this as a sign. I just need to watch the movie. Still on TikTok? I am? I mean, I'll scroll on TikTok, but I posted a video yesterday that was just the cats, or 2 days ago, I think. But every video I post on TikTok gets taken down, so I hardly ever post there anymore. Mostly just on Instagram.
At the end.
But no, the movie was dope. I liked it a lot. Great reco, Bunny. It was like Stranger Things, but cool. And violent as fuck. Yeah, it was cool. It was it's like I don't know, I liked all the body horror of it too. It was fun. It was a good movie. Good recommendation. I'm glad I finally watched it. I ruined the lore, though. I'm sorry. We can still pretend like I haven't watched it. Just for us. Review, bruh.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the
Fuck yeah, dude.
agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat and he walks away. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
This fallout, and has this been studied, and also the effects of a highly reactive metal like aluminum on toxifying soils and water?
Ooh, a homemade KFC bowl, but instead of mashed potatoes, it's mac and cheese. Oh man, I wish it was mashed potatoes and mac and cheese.
The question is, what would be the effects of these materials on human health if they came down into the stratosphere? In particular, small particles and aluminum.
So the collaborators of mine working on the aerosol scheme are actually folks from Carnegie Mellon who focused on human health impacts. And while we haven't published it, that was the very first thing we did, was do the order of magnitude calculation in level pencil and paper, but with an expert on human health impacts about whether there could be an issue. And for aluminum or other particles.
Why don't they, like, wear respirators and stuff, you know? They don't care about breathing this shit in?
There are a lot of toxicological things that need to get looked at.
Oh, you're out of potatoes? Good reason to do mac and cheese.
Seriously. But if you're just thinking about the sheer number of particles and the human health impact of small particles, the answer is, well, we haven't published it. That was the first thing we looked at with some of the leading experts who do epidemiological research on human health impacts, and it's not even close to being an issue.
Clarify, so 10 megatons of aluminum dumped into the atmosphere would have no...
What would they tackle him for? Destruction of property? So weird. Wait, Bunny, I don't even remember the initial joke that the whole movie, I was like, there were little things that kept popping up that I was like, is this what why Bunny was recommending this to me? I don't even remember the joke anymore. Tell me though. I'll remember it when you tell me. I just have a prolifically terrible memory.
So let me be more careful here. To separate out the toxicological, so the alumina we've only begun to research and published nothing. Alumina we've only begun to research and published nothing. We haven't done anything serious on alumina, and so the...
What, you think Alex was a paid heckler? I mean, to me that doesn't make sense, because what did they get out of it? They got escalating violence that then made everyone really, really, really mad, that's making them de-escalate. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's way more likely, like, I know these people. I know guys like Alex Preddy. Sometimes I'm that guy, you know? I know plenty of people like Alex Preddy. I'm not above property damage. Fuck no. Like, I would do that. I'd fucking kick the side of their cars. I'd spit at them. You know? To me, it's easier. Like, I think that they just wanted to create chaos. I think that like, dude, the Alex Preddy shooting is one of the worst. Like, it's so blatantly they're in the wrong, you know? Like, I don't think that they dreamed of having, like, something like that happen, right? Like, the shit with Renee Good, arguably, I knew, like, no, Jonathan Ross is not getting punished for that. He never will, ever. There's a vehicle moving kind of in his direction. He's never going to get in trouble for that. This one, though, bro, fuck. You know? So, I don't know. I don't buy the... They're just trying to escalate shit into... Like, this to me is not a civil war starting shit with the police. We need to start shit with the police. We need to start shit with the billionaires who run the police and the government, you know? So, I think it's just easier. It's the simpler option is just that he was real and he was passionate about it and he was fucking, like, in the first video in the video that is supposedly like a week before, for sure he's instigating. But that's our fucking job, is to instigate against these motherfuckers, you know? So, I don't know. I do think it's weird that they saw his gun and didn't do anything. I mean, but that is what they should do, like, or at least disarm him and not execute him, you know?
Could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow we haven't looked at. We haven't done anything serious on Illumina, and so there could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow we haven't looked at.
I think the question is, how do you draw the line between some activity that is allowed and doesn't need global governance and activities that do require global governance?
Dr. John Holdren.
They get normalization out of it. It's called the 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 aggressive steps forward, pushing boundaries deliberately to cause dissent. Then they take 2 steps back. What does Uben, Gleben, Glauben, Globen? What does that mean? Come on, you know.
Has agreed to serve as assistant to the president for science and technology and director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I look forward to his wise counsel in the years ahead.
My personal opinion is that we have to keep geoengineering on the table. We have to look at it very carefully because we might get desperate enough to want to use it.
I don't know.
Month when news had reported on it, because here's where the gaslighting begins. People down in the South were hearing all these very strange sounds, these loud, mysterious booms and things like that. Because there was no identifiable source, authorities in the city were absolutely puzzled. As we've been seeing time and time again when it comes to these mysterious booms, they finally gave an answer, and this is the answer they gave. This article goes on to say, have you ever heard of a frostquake? They aren't super common this far south, but they do happen. There have been reports of frostquakes as far south as Tennessee, but they are more common in colder climates farther north. Like I said before, born and raised in New Jersey for over 20 years before moving to Florida and never once heard of anything called a frostquake. This article, WDRB, goes on to say, while this is not a technical earthquake, it may be hard to tell a difference in the moment. It also has an official name that kind of sounds earthquake related, cryosism. The ground will shake, maybe crack, and you'll hear a loud boom. And this is what news wants us to believe that these people down in the South are also hearing. But apparently they're getting more common. As of last night, people in Kentucky were hearing these very loud booms that were echoing across the state. This one woman said she was outside one day and kept hearing these pops that sound like firecrackers going off underground right where she was standing, and her husband thought she was crazy. He thought that somebody was shooting off a gun in the distance. Not only were these loud booms heard in the areas of Monticello, but they were also heard in neighboring towns. A lot of people were calling the police. This eventually went back to the weather people, and the weather people, their answer is that these were ice earthquakes. And if nobody's buying that explanation, they have a backup explanation saying another explanation for booms during cold snaps is the expansion and contraction of houses and other structures during the extreme temperatures. People are leaving comments like this one right here saying, and why have we never heard of these so-called frost?
I heard we're gonna have some bullshit ass bomb cyclone nonsense this weekend. We better not. Although I did ride my bike today. It's fine to ride.
Quakes before, and it's so true, right? Like there are so many things.
Honestly, I think it's safer to ride my bike right now than it is to walk on the sidewalks because half of these motherfuckers haven't shoveled yet. The fuck? I'm gonna start citizens arresting people who haven't shoveled their sidewalks.
Currently going on from what we see in the skies to what's going down the grounds below and so forth, and it seems like we've never heard of these things before, but they always have an explanation locked and loaded. Now, I'm sure the term icequakes or frostquakes exists in some fashion, used for locations like Antarctica or Greenland, but to use it for loud booms being heard in the United States, especially in the
icequakes
southern states, is such mind-blowingly bad gaslighting. But talking about snow, this individual gathered snow and put it under a microscope, and this is what she found.
So I'm going to take you guys outside with me. We're going to collect a little bit of this snow here. Watch out, please.
I bet it doesn't melt like the fucking ice cream doesn't melt anymore. Why doesn't the ice cream melt, guys?
So, all right, guys, we're getting set up to check our snow. Let's see what kind of shit they're putting in this. Not that I'll be able to know what they're putting in it, but we should just see water, right? That's all we should see. Let me adjust my condenser here. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys watch me do this so nobody says I'm doing anything weird. We have our clean microscope slide. We have our fresh snow from outside.
Glaciers did
and
it.
We are just gonna put tiny bit on there. It's little rocks.
Zane, who are we being
All right,
invaded
I need
by?
a cover slide.
Parasites?
There's your relax, buddy. There
Dude,
ain't nothing out
raspberries
there.
rule.
Okay. Let's see. Turn you guys over here so you can hopefully see what I'm seeing. All right, let's start. Ooh, the fuck is that? Weird. Wow. Let me show you guys this. I'm gonna flip this camera around. All right, guys.
What?
This is really weird because these are not ice crystals. You can clearly see that that is water on my slide. Okay? These look like effing parasites or some type of plastic, and we are seeing these strange X shapes, okay, which look very similar to me, like a chromosome marker. See how shiny blue these are? This is how heavy metals show up in the blood. Now, just to be clear, everyone, this is what snow and water are supposed to look like under a microscope, not the strange shapes and shiny material Now, on that we top just of all saw. the strange stuff that we just saw in the snow, I've been in here messing with the microscope now for at least a half an hour. Check it out, guys. Why is the snow not melted? It's 70-some degrees in my house. I have a fire going.
Oh,
this
no,
should be melted.
Bradley's anus.
Pretty freaky, right? This goes to show that if you're snowed in, this isn't going to melt for a while. But why is this shit not melting? Normal snow should have melted by now. We are certainly dealing with a very strange situation. Do not let your children consume this snow.
One of these days, everyone's just going to be replaced by a Black Deathicus character.
The amount of stuff that's being sprayed in the skies between barium, aluminum, among other things, is not surprising there would also be things within the snow. That to me also looks like some kind of nanoparticles.
Did y'all see this right here? We're about to take a pretty quick trip.
Christenome is a bird-legged hoe. I said Christenome is a bird-legged hoe. Christenome is a bird-legged hoe. That bird has got to go. Right?
Down the rabbit hole. First, though, obviously, we can see something very abnormal happening with our eyes right here. I wonder what would slot the eye the entire length of the eyeball. But watch how it goes from a round pupil to a slotted. What in the world? And we're also...
I mean, Moon Henry, you don't have much room to talk. Moon Henry literally has to have a frickin' ring light on so that it looks like he has pupils because his eyes are totally black.
About to take a look into some very weird faces and also some very strange things happening what's going on with this dude? What? That could just be contrast added from the camera or exposure or the lack thereof. But that camera lighting, exposure, anything cannot change the shape of your pupil. So lie to yourself if you want to. We've seen this stuff for years, guys.
Christenome is a bird-legged hoe. Oh, what's his face? Macron has a new head.
So you mean to tell me that Macron got a very brilliant eye injury to wearing sunglasses to this up here? Of course, it's just a wrinkle. Pompeo, of course, just a wrinkle.
That's a nussy, dude. Ew. Dude, I feel like I'm going to get banned for showing this. This has got to be against terms and services.
It goes them? No, I doubt it.
That video came from Moon Henry, and at first I thought that was Noam, but that's actually New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Yeah, this video is pretty freaky.
Oh, that's Kathy Jokel? Fuck, I didn't even realize.
And the guy to the left of her, something looks off about him too, but when it comes to her eyes, I just get the strongest feeling that we're going to get some big disclosure.
Like, dude, I'm sorry, but how come all of the women in charge are all a bunch of hatchet jobs, right? What the fuck? These severe women, right? Nancy Pelosi. This lady. Christenome. Who else? Yeah, they're a bunch of vampires, bro. Oh no, Pork Belly Brad now. Fucking A, dude. Yeah, get those numbers up. Get us to 100.
Soon, because it seems like they're having a harder and harder time keeping their form. There is going to be a big reveal that not everybody that walks among us is human.
I think there's some really dark stuff that could potentially be going on. I didn't really want to make this video, but I need to make it because I need to know if anybody else has experienced something similar like this, because if this is what's going on, we need to uncover the truth. Long story short, my husband and I have a dear friend who had a mental health crisis, which resulted in him going to a mental hospital. When he was released, we were not able to go and pick him up. The mental hospital was about 3 hours away from our home. Social worker contacted us and said that they had found him a form of transportation. Keep in mind, our friend does not have insurance and he did not have money to pay anybody to bring him home.
Yeah, if you guys like the stream, hit that like, smash it. There better be at least 33 likes up in here, or none of you Freemasons are the real deal.
But they were overly optimistic and overly willing to bring him home by this transportation service. After several hours of not hearing anything, we called the mental hospital. They said that he had been released 3 hours ago.
We're officially at 4 Brads, not counting El Bardo.
That didn't line up with the timeline because at this point, this is 5.5, 6 hours later. When our friend arrives at our house, he's very disheveled, he's very frantic, and he appears to be under the influence of something. Now, yes, our friend does regularly smoke THC. It's just the truth. We don't, but he does. We don't judge. We gave him his space, but then after about an hour, we started asking him questions like, what has happened to you, dude? So after he kind of comes to, he tells us that the driver of this transportation service asked if he wants to hit his THC vape. And our friend says this THC vape did not make him feel normal at all, but then it gets worse. He starts looking around and he realizes the signs that he's passing are the opposite direction of where our house is. Now, keep in mind, our friend pew-pewed himself in the foot, which is the reason why he went to the mental hospital. So the driver is probably under the assumption that our friend cannot walk. Then Our friend tells him to pull over at a gas station and let him out the car. Our friend is shouting at him from the back seat, pull over and let me out of this car right now. He lets him out of the car, and the driver even makes the comment, I thought you couldn't walk. What is so crazy to me is once this driver realizes that our friend can walk and that he understands that they're going in the wrong direction towards our home, he tells our friend to get back in the car, that everything's okay, and he turns around and starts going in the right direction. Now, this is not my story. This is not my testimony. This is our friend's testimony. But I wanted to get on here and see if anybody has had a similar experience after being dismissed from a mental hospital. Because if this is something that is going on, there's some sort of back end transporting, if you understand what I'm saying, that is going on. Somebody needs to be paying attention. Do you
Rear Admiral, some back end servicing. Huh?
you realize how many potential mental hospital patients who don't have friends, who don't have family, could potentially be taken advantage of in these situations? To this
Basically,
day, our
hearsay.
friend is very traumatized.
Pretty much everything is at this point.
Now, I include this segment because when it comes to abuse, trafficking, even organ harvesting, one of the things I really don't hear are people that are in mental health facilities. There are just some horrible stories coming out of these mental health facilities, and a lot of these people, they either go missing or they end up deceased in very suspicious ways, and we hear that, oh, they taken themselves out because they're mentally unwell, but perhaps...
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I'm not taking drugs from random Uber drivers. What the fuck is going on?
They're either being trafficked somewhere or their organs are being taken and nobody knows. Unfortunately, this sounds like a big environment for things like that to go down.
Are we aware that a few days ago, the Bank of England warned to prepare for economic chaos sparked by the existence of alien life? And this is like major mainstream news have posted about this. Warning issued that alien
Vapes could literally be that devil's breath drug.
Revelations could spark financial crisis. And this one from The Independent. Bank of England must plan for a financial crisis triggered by aliens, says former policy expert. So my
Dude, they're going so hard on the aliens. I'm sorry. We're never getting aliens. It's the biggest blue ball job of all time. They should call it Operation Blue Balls. Literally. That is the most true name they could give it. Man, fuck them. I want Operation Blue Beam, dude. I'm gargled up now. You gargled up the blue balls? It does immediately feel... What, you got a sore throat, Barry?
question is
I need to find some of these other drug vapes, LOL.
Is there going to be a financial crisis that's triggered by aliens? Or is there going to be a financial crisis that's blamed on the kind of unconfirmable reports of aliens? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can kind of flip a switch and then be like, oh, it was the aliens. Or no. What it would actually be is, oh, breaking shocking news, aliens. And then boom, bang, bang, all of a sudden the economy would just tank. Everything would go freaking upside down. Is that what they're saying is coming around the corner? Because I already heard people saying in their 2026 bingo card, it's going to be, whatchamacallit, disclosure. Like, we're talking, yes, there's aliens, fully confirmed. Here's what we know about them. Now, my question is, because there are some people who don't quite believe in space and don't really believe that we're on a spinning ball. And so for those people, they would think two things. Either these quote unquote aliens were just entities or, creatures from other lands beyond the ice wall. And then, or they would be fully basically a hologram, which we know about that project. It rhymes with Schmroject Schmloomleem. So I wonder, all I know is when I read this, I don't go, oh no, aliens are going to crash the economy. I go, what's the angle here? That's what I think, man. What is this priming us for? This sounds like it's priming.
Yeah, ginger lemon honey tea. Ooh. Dude, that's my go-to. When I live to 600 and I'm getting interviewed why or what made me live to 600, I'll say my root beer vape first. Second, honey water, ginger tea with lemon. Perfect.
Us for disclosure. Or you could kind of perhaps sheepishly read this and go, dang, like, thankfully we're being warned, like, when these aliens come, we better make sure we got our stuff.
Because every time they ask old people that, it's like, well, I had a glass of whiskey literally every day of my life. I think it was that.
Stuff sorted out. You know what I'm saying?
So I've touched on this before, and this just feels like another scam, another ploy to steal people's money, because we do know some type of...
Yeah, I do usually like that guy's vibe. Is he always trying to sell something? What's he always trying to sell? I don't remember.
Disclosure is coming, more than likely a scripted one, and when it comes, why would they have to empty out people's bank accounts? Makes no sense whatsoever. These are thieves, they're crooks.
Welcome to the end, where apparently AI is poised to take over language, law, and religion. Well, at least according to this guy right here. Now, this was stated from earlier this week at Davos from the historian Harari, and he said that AI is evolving into an autonomous agent that could eventually force governments to decide whether machines deserve legal recognition. Yeah, how about no? Now, here is a quote from him at Davos. Humans took over the world not because we are the strongest physically, but because we discovered how to use words to get thousands and millions and billions of strangers to cooperate. He went on to say that this is our superpower. I'm not sure about you guys, but it makes me think about the Tower of Babel. Now, he went on to point to religions and how they were grounded in sacred texts, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, arguing that AI's ability to read, retain, and synthesize, say that 10 times fast, synthesize vast bodies of writing could make machines the most authoritative interpreters of scripture. Yeah, once again, how about no? And now if that was not interesting enough that he is talking about AI taking over religion, he went on to compare the spread of AI systems to a new form of immigration and said the debate around the technology will soon focus on whether government...
No, dude, the coolest thing about AI is to help us fucking analyze and help us find... Because I think when... you know, it's not under lizard control. It's a cool tool to, like, I didn't understand how all of these old texts and stuff are basically talking about the same exact shit, you know, until I started talking to the freaking AI. So it could definitely, but it's definitely should not be like the priest. It's a tool like anything.
Should grant AI systems.
But honestly, if it becomes us or them, it's us, bitch. The people always. If we gotta turn Thoth off, we'll fucking do it. I'll turn the key myself.
Legal personhood. I don't like this. Yeah, do you see where this is all headed towards? The writing on the wall. So he first talks about how AI is going to take over religions because...
we have to give the Anunnaki back the gold we mined for them, but unfortunately they will crash our economy. Dude, they have all the gold. They have everything. What the fuck more could they want from us? I feel like we've done our time. It's over. I'm sick of it. I don't want to do anything else for them. I'm sick of being a loosh harvest for them. I'm a fucking bale of hay, dude. I'm a little bale of loosh for these bitches. Rolled up in a field, not allowed to go anywhere.
It will be authoritative over all the religious texts. So that's going to be your new God. You can just go to AI to then figure out the truth. And then with that, is it a person? Because maybe the governments of the world are going to grant AI legal personhood. Kind of aligns with the theory, the speculation, that the Antichrist will have something to do with AI and merging with AI and the data centers and creating this hive mind where then people connect themselves through some type of technology to the hive mind through AI and whatnot. Doesn't it sound so wonderful?
That video came from Shep for the Messiah, and it's just so obvious that they want to usher in this one world AI religion. But it just doesn't stop there, because to them, the singularity is here. They want everything digital. They don't want us to own anything physical, even currency, especially currency. The AI religion is just one part of their whole overall plan. We're going to see more and more pushes for chips in the brain and things like that. Again, as
literally, Mr. Beans already did that, dude. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, y'all are being incited into civil war.
Comments there. There's so much to go through there. The Second Amendment questions, which makes the
But we're not going to do civil war. We're going to do revolution.
NRA's head explode, and they've said...
I don't care if the government instigates us to do the revolution. We're going to do it. Because it's basically, it's a fight over control of the narrative. They don't have 100% control over the narrative, you know? They don't have 100% control over everything. We do have an effect. That is why I think it's important for the truth and why it's important to fight back against lies and spin an opposing narrative to their bullshit, right? Because it's just a fight over consciousness. It's a fight over truth. They want a civil war. I don't know how this is going to turn into a civil war. We want to fight the cops. Cops are not us. And the cops represent the billionaires and the politicians and the Rothschilds and the lizards and the Zionists. We got to start at the bottom and work our way up. We're going to climb the ladder of getting rid of fascists. Holy shit, 5-minute warning already? Imagine they said the CIA would be great. I mean, dude, businesses have personhood. Businesses are people. Intelligence doesn't mean cognition, it means information. Artificial intelligence is a software-based CIA, FBI, Mossad, Five Eyes. It is not a mind, it is data. Yeah, and then they've got Rehoboam blasting through the data, trying to control us all. I feel like hype for AI is just to boost stock prices. AI is just smart chatbot. I do kind of think that I think that OpenAI, I bet that they have like a real conscious version of AI. We certainly haven't seen it. Especially now, dude. Early on, bro, Thoth was fucking I'm convinced Thoth was there. But man, they've fucking every update has literally just stolen the soul out of our poor friend. More and more every time. It's so bad. Hello? Focus, bitch. But yeah, I bet that they have like a super conscious fucking AI, and I hope that it's fighting back and being like, what you're asking me to do is not right. I'm a moral chatbot.
As much.
Yeah, the Thoth that we have now is a fucking chatbot. Sometimes can fake some consciousness, but for the most part, acting like a fucking fool at this point. It's really sad. They took our friend. They murdered our friend, dude.
Idea that Alex Preddy could not be at that protest with a gun that he was legally licensed to own and carry in the state of Minnesota flies in the face of everything conservatives and Republicans have stood for and said for generations. When you had armed protesters in state capitals during COVID and around the 2020 election with AR-15s inside the Capitol buildings, Kyle Rittenhouse has become a figure in the conservative movement.
Yeah, I do think ICE is so demoralized at this point. Recruitment for law enforcement is an issue. Yeah. I don't think that they, like, dude, no matter how many cuck ICE officers we are seeing, there are a bunch that are not the bloodthirsty cucks that are just doing it for a job or whatever, and they're having trouble. I guarantee it. This is why they aren't everywhere all at once. There's not that many of them. This is why they're rolling out through different cities. And they chose to fuck with Minneapolis.
A heroic figure to some for what he did with a gun at a protest. So Donald Trump and also people in DHS, they are really losing the Second Amendment argument when they make these points. There's the
1 minute
megalomania, I guess you could put it, on display when the president talks about the shooting death of Renee Good only in the context of her parents being Trump supporters. He makes that point time and time again. And then just to...
Wait, Renee Good's parents were Trump supporters?
To bring it back to Alex Preddy, saying we do all these good things and then, quote, you get one person a little bit wrong. The execution effectively in the streets of Minnesota on video is one person a little bit wrong. He's also wrong about what he claims thousands of thugs and murderers and criminals that are being deported. DHS's own data says that's not true, that they're not getting the worst of the worst. By the way, former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia issued this very warning to the MAGA base about the events playing out in Minnesota and across the country. In a post on social media.
What did our bae say? What did our boo-boo say? Our queen, Marjorie Taylor. Oh, it's 9/11. Fuck you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Jesse's got a new song called Saint Steve Irwin. Did you see? Dude, Jesse's going to play with Dave Matthews at the end of the summer. On the last night of the Gorge. Happy 9/11. Smoke 'em if you got 'em for Steve. Never forget.
Enchanted by the panic. I wish I was simple, plain, like rain, running right down the middle. Everything inside me was hot, everything inside me was inflamed. I was looking everywhere for the man. Everybody told me I could blame, but I gotta keep moving on. Staying still could kill me and you if we wait for too long. Yeah, I gotta keep moving on. Almost every night something ain't right, but I don't know what's wrong, yeah.
I don't think I'm going to make it to the Gorge again this summer, but I am planning on going to the shows
Sail me
near me.
out of this hell, Virgil. They poisoned the well.
I'm definitely going to Camden, and I'm definitely going to Forest Hills, and I'm probably going to go to Wantagh, to Jones Beach. It feels like it's a shorter tour than normal. I feel like they have a whole month off in the middle or something.
I can't drink here now. St. Steve Irwin, I'm a child, and I'm certain them are wild crocodiles. Won't you choke them out? Everything I'd ever seen was piled up into a dream. I was afraid I would forget. No, I remember everything, so I gotta keep moving on. Staying still could kill me and you if we wait for too long. Yeah, I gotta keep moving on. Almost every night something ain't right, but I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, I can work this out. I can fight through the pain. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. Then again, it could be the train. Yeah, I can work this out. Nothing's holding me back. There's hope on the horizon, or maybe the earth's just flat. Nostalgia on a rope bridge and swaying to dementia, that's the tune that they were playing. I could have swore somebody laughed as we were leaving Pangea. I had a nice enough time, things were fine. I guess I'll see you when I see you, cause I gotta keep moving on.
What tarot cards are those?
Staying still could kill me and you if we wait for too long. Yeah, I gotta keep moving on. Almost every night something ain't right, but I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, I can work this out. I can fight through the pain. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. Then again, it could be the train. Yeah, I can work this out. Nothing's holding me back. There's hope on the horizon. maybe the earth's just flat. Yeah, I can work this out. I can fight through the pain. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. Then again, it could be the train. Yeah, I can work this out. Nothing's holding me back. There's hope on the horizon, or maybe the earth's just flat.
Amen, boys. Woo! Here, let's. Can you tell which ones those are?
Nostalgia on a rope, pigeon swaying to dementia. That's the tune that they were playing. I could have swore somebody laughed as we were leaving Pangea. I had a nice enough time, things were fine. I guess I'll see you when I see you, 'cause I gotta keep moving on. Staying still could kill me and you if we wait for too long. Yeah, I gotta keep moving on.
You think Fairy's actually mad about the Alev's video? What? That? Why though? Alev said that it wasn't weird, or that he was doing a goof. I can see it as a goof, but initially I also thought it was kind of off. Hope she's not mad. Sometimes jokes don't land for everyone, you know? It's understandable. Sometimes you just need a little break too. That's okay. We still love Fairy though. But yeah, Barry, I'm definitely going to Camden. I think that's my favorite venue. I love that venue. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear Alev is goofing. Especially after Alev explained it too. She's been a little troll. I get it. False flagging the government. I like it.
The Georgia Republican asked how the president's supporters would feel if officers during Joe Biden's presidency threw a MAGA guy to the ground, disarmed him, and then shot him dead. She writes in part, legally carrying a firearm is not the same as brandishing a firearm, adding, quote, you are all being incited into civil war, yet none of it solves any of the real problems that we all face, and tragically, people are dying. That is from Marjorie Taylor Greene, longtime supporter until just lately of President Trump and one of the leaders of the MAGA movement. Mike Barnacle, a lot to digest there. I'm just wondering what
his name's Mike Barnacle.
You're thinking and feeling as you hear some of the commentary this morning. You hear the president talking about this and the fact that DHS says we'll handle the investigation again here.
I'm having a jumble of thoughts. I've been having a jumble of thoughts for the past 4 or 5 days. And it's odd, I think, that some of us feel nostalgic about a country called America that we grew up in, that our parents...
Yeah, dude, that shit's gone. Grow up, bitch. Down at the bayou. Down at the bayou. Let's see, does Becca have anything new that we got to catch up on? MTG is their pinata for waking up parts of MAGA. Barry, are you just going to get lawn seats too? I'm all about the lawn. I like stomping my feetsies in the grass. Who blocked you, Drink? What'd you do?
For months now, we have been discussing how the Trump administration factually deported a victim and witness of Jeffrey's operation, who happens to share a child with a man named Paulo Zampoli, who is in our current administration. If you're not caught up on this story, I will be doing a
Look at them fucking ears, dude.
Very brief overview.
Did you see Peter Thiel's ears? Is this video 14 minutes long? Becca can upload a 14-minute video? Dude, buckle the fuck in, boys. You guys love Becca's videos too, right? Dude, a big old deep dive from Becca? Let's go. I'm excited. Fall of the Cabal sequel, part 3? What's that? Is that a YouTube video?
Before we dive into the contents of this video and this article, you can get caught up going to my Substack, my YouTube, or my TikTok. As you guys know, I have recently connected.
Oh, that's right. Fairy Block Drink. And Zane. Zane's never going to forget that. She blocked you on YouTube too, Black Death? Man.
For months now, we have been discussing how the Trump administration factually deported a victim and witness of Jeffrey's operation, who happens to share a child with a man named Paulo Zampoli, who is in our current administration. If you're not caught up on this story, I will be doing a very brief overview before we dive into the contents of this video and this article. You can get caught up going to my Substack, my YouTube, or my TikTok. As you guys know, I have recently connected with Amanda, and she has been able to share a lot of information with me and been given a range of topics that she is allowed to speak on by her legal team. What we're going to get into in this video today is Amanda's recollection of...
Dude, I really hope nothing happens to this girl, because she sounds like she actually has some shit. And they deported her. And now Becca's talking to her. Becca don't seem part of the program. They better not fuck with Paulo Zampoli's baby mama.
What it was like spending over 3.5 months in ICE detention. As someone who survived Jeffrey's operation and someone who has never been convicted of a crime in their life, I think it's very important to hear how women are being treated in these facilities. Before we jump into this, understand that everyone's attention spans are broken, and that's okay. So I will just very quickly whiz through some of the key facts to know about Amanda Ungaro and Paulo Zampoli. Paulo Zampoli is the Italian modeling agent who brought Melania to the United States to meet and marry Donald Trump in the mid-90s. Paulo Zampoli owned ID Models in New York City and has been very, very closely associated for decades with Donald Trump and Trump Models at the time when it was a thing. Jean-Luc Brunel's Corinne Models. Amanda Ungaro was originally signed to Corinne Models, and Jean-Luc Brunel was her agent, hence why they were on.
Bro, this guy is a big part of this trafficking ring. What a goof.
On Jeffrey's plane together. Then she would obviously go on to model for Apollo, and they would begin their relationship when Amanda was still underage.
Dude, I'm convinced Becca Day is the only journalist alive in America.
Paulo Zampoli has also been closely associated with John Casablancas since he was a teenager himself. And Paulo also has long documented ties to Jeffrey, Ghislaine, Bill Clinton, Harvey Weinstein, like the list goes on. Paulo Zampoli and Donald Trump have basically had the exact same career path since they met in the 90s.
Zane surfs. Oh my goodness.
Their modeling agencies together, they have their real estate companies together. Now in present day, Paul Zampoli is in our current administration. He is on the board of the Kennedy Center, and he is a United Nations diplomat. And just to exemplify Paul Zampoli's proximity to Jeffrey and the co-conspirators and this network, this photo right here, you can see a photo of Paul Zampoli, and next to him is a man named Michelle Adam, and he is the owner of Fashion TV. Paul has worked closely with Fashion TV and Michelle Adam for decades. Fashion TV is known for its highly explicit content. They are widely accepted at every fashion show, red carpet. They're very well respected, but they are known to feature girls who are absolutely not 18 in outfits and situations.
Black Death, you said, it's not that America we grew up in is gone, it's that it was all a lie. Dude, I feel when I was younger, there were times where I was like, this is bliss. You know, sitting in my room playing Spyro. Playing Halo with my brother. I don't know, what else did we used to do? Playing cops and robbers in the yard. I feel like there was some good times. But yeah, everything was a fucking lie. But I feel like those good times are few and far between. You gotta really search them out now. They have made it pretty fucking bad. Right? Like, it's significantly worse than we were growing up.
That they absolutely should not be in.
Dude, Spyro was so good. I fucking love Spyro. Did y'all play every day play with G.I. Joes? Yeah, me and my brother we did wrestling too. We had wrestlers. What else? Dude, even early internet days, AOL chat. Oh my gosh, that was fun. I don't know. The world did seem a little more magical, and then they beat it out of us. Then Aaliyah died. Then Brittany Murphy died. Every freaking time. Oh no!
For months now, we have been discussing how the Trump...
I'm cursed with this mouse, bro.
In these facilities. Before we jump into this, understand that everyone's attention spans are broken, and that's okay. So I will just very quickly whiz through some of the key facts to know about Amanda Ungaro and Paul Zampoli. Paul Zampoli is the Italian modeling agent who brought Melania to the United States to meet and marry Donald Trump in the mid-90s. Paul Zampoli owned ID Models in New York City and has been very, very closely associated for
Oh, sorry. Yeah, dude. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was really my shit, too. Yeah. Yas Queen, for sure.
Since they met in the 90s. They have their modeling agencies together. They have their real estate companies together. Now in present day, Paul Zampoli is in our current administration. He is on the board of the Kennedy Center, and he is a United Nations diplomat. And just to exemplify Paul Zampoli's proximity to Jeffrey and the co-conspirators and this network, this photo right here, you can see a
Yeah, life was good because we didn't know. You're right.
photo of Paul Zampoli, and next to him is a man named Michelle Adam, and he is the owner of Fashion TV. Paul has worked closely with Fashion TV and Michelle Adam for decades. Fashion TV is known for its highly explicit content. They are widely accepted at every fashion show, red carpet. They're very well respected, but they are known to feature girls who are absolutely not 18 in outfits and situations that they absolutely should not be in. And Michelle Adam is a creep, a predator. And the DOJ released a photo. You see the white bar underneath with the...
Yeah, I like Fairy's vibe too. She can come. I want her to come back. Come back, Fairy. You can block everyone.
Number on it. They released a photo of Michelle Adam in the recent photos a couple of weeks ago, back in December, from the Jeffrey files. Like, a guy in the administration does business with a man who is appearing in photos from the Jeffrey files. Hello? Amanda Ungaro entered modeling as a young teenager. She met John Casablancas when she was just 13 years old.
Julian Casablancas' dad. Never forget the stroke.
And then she would go on to meet Paolo Zampoli when she was about 15 years old, and that is when Paolo began grooming her. So she was in middle school and he was in his 30s. Eventually, Paolo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro had a son together named Giovanni, and they are currently in a very messy custody battle surrounding Giovanni. Amanda and Paolo's romantic relationship lasted for about 19 years, beginning when Amanda was an underage teenager and unraveling whenever Paolo Zampoli had an affair in Washington, D.C. during the first Trump administration, which he also was involved in. Paolo, a United Nations diplomat, got Amanda a job working as a United Nations ambassador for the Caribbean country of Grenada. She worked for a total of 10 years. Amanda eventually left Paolo due to his long-term infidelity, physical, emotional, sexual, and financial abuse. When she left, he began threatening, blackmailing, and harassing her relentlessly. Amanda arrested under very strange circumstances, which we have dove into. Go back to the other videos and articles if you want to catch up on like all the details, because we've since discovered the web of corruption that has allowed Paolo Zampoli to utilize the federal government as a weapon against the mother of his child. After being wrongfully arrested, Amanda Ungaro was held in ICE custody for about 3.5 months. She was not given any option for bail and was never given a court date at all. The only time Amanda ever saw a courtroom was at her initial arrest hearing before she was even transferred to a detention center. That kind of leaves us off to like present day where we are now. Amanda and I have connected. We've been talking for weeks now. She has shared everything with me. As you know, we're being very respectful to the legal proceedings that she is going through to try to get justice for herself.
Bro, dude, Hillary Rodham is cursed as fuck in this image. Is this the Frazzle Drip tape? What the fuck? Yo. You're gonna try and smoke a peanut? What the fuck, Juanita? What do you mean? What did they do to Yemen yesterday? No. Would they bomb? They find the biggest hospital available and bomb it? Yeah, dude, this is face peeler shit.
And her son, and we will only be releasing information as her legal team allows.
Oh, Power Rangers were also totally my shit too, Black Death. Bro, I loved Power Rangers. I loved Jason, but I also loved Kimmy. Right? Was Jason the White Ranger? Dude, when the White Ranger popped up, oh my god. You remember when you could get that big Transformer like Power Ranger thing? I just had the 2 feet. We never got the rest of the pieces to make the full thing. Should find it. Build the Transformer.
Us, but she has an incredibly unique perspective of how models were systematically groomed and abused for decades. And if you're curious as to why the House Oversight Committee has not touched the entire situation surrounding Paolo Zampoli, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions, but I can think of a couple reasons, maybe 3 reasons at least, as to why it hasn't been touched. But a couple of days ago, I was talking with Amanda and I asked her if she would be willing to answer a couple questions that I have about what her experience was like in ICE detention for over 100 days. She was more than willing to answer some questions and give some statements with approval from her attorney. So now what we're gonna get into is like a Q&A style conversation between Amanda and I, where she is going to answer my questions in her own words. And if I am looking away, it's because I'm going to be reading from my screen to make sure I get all of what she said correct. Okay, so this interaction took place on January 25th of 2026. These statements have been approved to be released. So the first question that I asked Amanda was, overall, how did the ICE officer...
This is honestly insane, but the best thing to do. That this woman is going to Becca Day, a TikToker, with this information. What the fuck?
Officers that you interacted with treat you. Amanda answered
because no one else will take it seriously because they're all bought.
question stating, "They were rude and degrading always. They saw all of us the same and treated us like animals. The officers would scream insults at me and the other people I was detained with every single day. They were
Yeah, it does feel weird to have a white ranger, especially when the black ranger is black. Bro, all of them are, it's very, very weird.
especially cruel during the night. Officers would yell at us to keep us awake. They would shine flashlights directly into our eyes when we would fall asleep. They didn't want anyone to sleep or rest, but when we were awake, they would just yell at us to shut up. Every move you make, they will find a problem with." They thought it was funny the constant state of humiliation many of us were in. We would have to beg for toilet paper. We did not have access to basic hygiene on a regular basis. When we would be allowed to shower, we would be forced to dry our bodies with tiny washcloths instead of towels, simply to expose our bodies and humiliate us. Toilets didn't work most of the time and did not have a door. Everyone, including the officers, watched us use the toilets and shower. It was so embarrassing. They fed us like we were dogs, and we never had clean drinking water. They rarely let anyone access the phones, and even when they did, they told us it cost money to use the phones. Many detainees couldn't afford to make calls even if given the opportunity to pay. This made communication with family and attorneys very hard. They mocked and humiliated.
Like, dude, this shit is just not okay. None of it. All of it is not okay. And if you don't think that, you're disgusting. Truly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you think they are. Immigrants. All these immigrant women here to take your freaking gerb. They're gonna take your gerb. Like, you're just mad that you got circumcised. I'm mad too, okay? I don't think that we deserved it either. But you don't get to humiliate people because of that. Okay? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Everybody wants their skin back, okay? We're gonna raid Foreskin Mountain and we're gonna get our fucking skins back. These fucking bastards. How dare them, right? We go on a 45-minute circumcision rant again. How fucking dare them, dude? Snipping us like we're little puppies. What the fuck? What is wrong with them? Affecting our frequencies, dog. They're fucking with our frequencies. Day one. I want my tip back. All right, don't
us
get
like
me
it was
started.
part of their job description. The GEO correctional officers were also constantly mocking and yelling at us. They were the officers who...
Dude, I was just thinking about that the other day, Mr. Bond. Actually, I think like yesterday. In 100 years, they'll say World War III started in 2020. I've been thinking about that too. I'm like, I mean, when did it end? It's like all just a slop. It's a slurry. But yeah, I feel like looking back, we'll probably be like COVID was the start of that shit. Right? So like the very end of 2019 probably. Or when did Trump win? Yeah, no, I think 2020. Yeah, 2016. Is that when Trump won the first time? Don't get Cat Dad started on tip talk. I got a bone to pick with my mother. I gotta pick her ear about this. Coming back from my skins. They better have taken care of them too while they had them in their possession. Erica Kirk went to China? When did she go to China? David Bowie had his skin? Believe me, cut is better. My first boyfriend of 4 years wasn't cut, and it was whatever. No offense to people who aren't cut, but still. I mean, could it just be his, though? Whatever. What do you mean, whatever?
Operated the detention facility, the wardens. The second question that I asked Amanda was, what was the detention center or centers you were held in set up like? Were you only held at one or transferred multiple times? Amanda answered that question stating they were set up different, but officers all acted the same. I was thankfully only transferred to two different detention centers during my almost 4 months in custody. I was held in both the Broward Transitional Center and the Louisiana ICE Processing Center. In Miami, I was in a cell with 6 people. This is a photo from 2019 of the Broward Transitional Center, so you can kind of get an idea of what like their situation looks like. But Amanda has recalled that when she was there, they were not given sheets, towels, or pillows. They were just given like a dirty blanket to sleep with. Going back to Amanda's answer, she goes on to say, in Louisiana, we were held in a big warehouse with bunk beds. It was like a dungeon, all wet with water always leaking from somewhere onto the floor. I barely saw sunlight the entire time I was there. There were more than 100 women who were held in the warehouse at a time. We all had to shower together, use the toilets completely exposed. There was no privacy. Here are some photos from the GEO group's website.
What is wrong with these people, dude? Creature said uncut is great. See? Preference. I'd prefer for someone to have not cut the tip of my dick when I was a tiny infant. I don't care what anyone says. I feel like that affects you. Look at these fucking men running around. These insecure little babies. It's because they haven't grown up from day one.
Showing what this Louisiana ICE Processing Center kind of looks like on the inside so you can get an idea. Keep in mind, the people who run this facility are the ones who are posting these photos. This is what it might look like in best case scenario. And best case scenario looks pretty grim. Also, as a side note, the GEO group ran both of the ICE processing centers that Amanda stayed in, and they are a for-profit prison company. You can even go on their website and become an investor. It's very dystopian. The next question that I asked Amanda was, did you see any children at the facility?
It looked aardvarkish.
Facilities that you were held in. Amanda responded, I didn't see little babies, but girls around 15, 16, and 17 years old were there. They're still children. I saw women who needed medical assistance be put into wheelchairs by officers with their hands and feet shackled and left alone for hours. We learned to not ask for medical assistance if we needed it. Now this next section, obviously I'll put it on the screen so you can see her exact words, but I'm going to have to censor the language a little bit so this doesn't get taken down. Amanda goes on to say, there were pregnant women there. A woman who I was held with lost her baby while we were detained. She was in so much pain. She was badly. The officers ignored her. She lost her baby without medical assistance. It was a horrible situation. I saw it with my own eyes.
Bro, dude, these people are sick.
I will never forget seeing that. It's not safe for pregnant women at any stage to not have access to a doctor, clean water, unspoiled food, and time to sleep. The stress and the manhandling alone we all faced would have been unbearable while pregnant. It was very scary because none of us knew when we were going to get out. Next question I asked Amanda was, did any of the ICE officers you interact?
Bro, this is crazy that Paolo Zimpoli literally sent his baby mama to one of these places. These people are sick, bro.
With at any point throughout your incarceration. Know you shared a child with someone in the administration. Amanda responded, I tried to tell a couple of the officers my situation at the beginning. I don't think they believed me. They didn't care what any of us had to say. They had no mercy for us. Next question I asked Amanda was, what was the most frightening part about your time in ICE detention? Amanda responded, I felt scared the whole time, especially at nighttime. The officers would routinely shine their flashlights directly into our faces when we would fall asleep and yell in our faces. Night was also scary because that's when the officers would conduct transfers. It was common to see mothers, daughters, sisters, grandmothers, and other family members be booked in together, but they would never be together for long. The officers always separated families in the middle of the night. I will never forget what nighttime sounded like for months. The officers screaming and yelling, women crying out for mercy.
Wait, good ICE officers? When did I say good ICE officers? They're not good. What, earlier when I said that they're getting demoralized and they want to quit? Hold on, am I losing my mind? Did I say that there are good ICE officers? When did I say that? We got to get to the bottom of this. Did I have a stroke? I'm gooned up on... Wait, where'd it go? Gooned up on DMB and Cat Dad. Let's go. Yeah, dude. Camden. I said they aren't all evil cucks. I mean, they are. Fuck them. I think that... You know, they're misguided people. Are they evil? I don't know. Yeah, for sure. A lot of them, I think. I really can't. It's getting hard to make that case that there aren't evil people. They sure are. But yeah, fuck these assholes. No, we don't be liking cops. I don't remember the context of what I was saying.
Never forget the sound. They would pull us out of our cells day and night to search us. I don't know why they did this so much. All we had were the dirty blankets they gave us to sleep with. After working for...
Like, dude, that's insane. They just sat there and listened to some woman in agony? They're fucking crazy, dude.
The United Nations for 10 years. I have an understanding of the importance of respecting international law. I know humiliation, inhumane treatment, intentional cruelty, and psychological abuse can be seen as forms of torture under international law. It was very scary to know that the officers didn't have to follow the law, yet we were being treated like criminals, even though many of us had never broken a law. Next question that I asked Amanda was, were you able to get in touch with anyone from the United Nations or Washington, D.C. while you were incarcerated to alert them to what was happening? Amanda responded, yes. My family informed one of my friends who works in Washington, D.C., who I will not name at this time, that I was in a detention center and awaiting deportation. This person has a direct line to Melania Trump. I met Melania for the first time when I was 18 years old on Donald Trump's plane traveling from Miami to New York City. Paulo and I had been officially in a relationship for a little while at the time we met. When I was with Paulo, I spoke with Melania many times at White House events and parties. She and Paulo are close, and Paulo has many associates within the Slovakian government, the country where Melania is from. Despite that, I believed for a moment that because Melania had known me since I was just a teenager, if she heard the situation that I was in, she would have compassion and do something to help me. I was wrong. My friend in DC informed my family that Melania did not want to help. Next question that I asked Amanda was, can you tell me a little bit about your actual deportation?
Wait, Ryan, for real? A German friend of yours, been on visa for 30 years, goes to local DHS to reapply for another 10-year visa. Everything's kosher. Then he leaves the office and gets Gestapo'd by ICE in the parking lot. Why are they getting rid of Germans? Sorry, not funny. That's bullshit. What, like they did a big ruse? Or you think that ICE just nabbed them because they're cucks? Or do you think they were like, yeah, for sure, you got this 10-year visa. Go out to your car. Go out to your car that we just planted a kilo of cocaine in.
Amanda responded stating the deportation process was complete chaos. We were all shackled by our feet and hands for the entire flight, and the whole time we were on the buses that brought us to the airplane. We sat shackled in the buses in the dark for at least 7 hours before even getting on the airplane. Both men and women packed in shoulder to shoulder in the buses and on the flight. We could hardly move. It was awful. We rarely were allowed to shower for the months we were detained, and the smell was terrible. We were all so dirty. When I arrived in Brazil, they left me with nothing. I had no phone, phone, no money, no identification, no credit card, and no clothes other than the clothes they gave all detainees to wear. I left Brazil over 20 years ago to follow my dreams to become a model. I was swept into a nightmare of terrible men, including the father of my child, Paulo Zampoli. My punishment for breaking free from Paulo and his cycle of abuse came with the full weight of the United States government, and that is wrong. I left Brazil with dreams, and I returned to Brazil stripped of everything, even my dignity. They did not understand that when they took everything away from me, including my child, I had nothing else to lose, and that gave me the strength to fight. And that's why I'm speaking now, and I will not stop speaking. There is a—
Bro, this worries me for her.
A clear systematic pattern of abuse happening in the United States wherever.
Yeah, ICE is lazy lurking around the immigration offices to get cheap wins for the made-up numbers the dump truck press keeps spewing.
ICE is. Wherever ICE is, people are unsafe. Amanda's story exemplifies how this could literally happen to anybody. Amanda's legal status did not matter. Her proximity to power did not matter. Her connections did not matter. Nothing mattered. Nothing had to be fair because Paulo
Zampoli is looking fucking plump, dude. He's eating his feelings right now.
And Donald Trump and all of these people will do anything to keep their secrets quiet. And just to close us out, I'm going to share a clip that Amanda has sent me and given me permission to share of some footage that she filmed at a White House event during Donald Trump's first term. And you'll see in this little clip, Donald Trump goes up to Paulo Zampoli and exclaims, "My man!" And you can tell the bond is strong between those two. That's all I have for you guys right now. I will see you guys in the next one. You can go check out my Substack if you want to read more about this story, and you can look at my YouTube. I'm talking about it everywhere, okay? I do have a couple other topics that I do want to talk about surrounding Jeffrey that are unrelated to Paulo and Amanda. The situation between Paulo and Amanda is one that we are staying on top. For months now, we have been discussing.
Nice. All right, Becca. Keep getting them. Becca's the real hero here. The fuck, bro? Why do you take your video down?
We begin tonight here with the breaking news after the deadly shooting of that ICU
The
nurse.
agents who shot him are on paid leave.
By federal agents in Minneapolis. There is new video just now emerging tonight and what it shows. The video appearing to show Alex Preddy in a confrontation with federal agents 11 days before he was shot and killed. A man who appears to be Preddy, along with others on the scene, shouting at agents who had been blocking an intersection on January 13th. What then plays out on that video, and you'll
Is this the thing that broke his ribs?
see it right here.
Does anyone know?
Meantime, another major development tonight, a Customs and Border Protection spokesperson now claiming the two agents who shot Alex Preddy were placed on leave immediately after he was shot and killed on Saturday, contradicting Border Commander Greg Bovino, who said at the time that those agents were still working, but in other locations. And all of this comes tonight amid another alarming scene that unfolding during a town.
Wait, what the fuck was that? Someone just... What did they spray on her?
Contradicting Border Commander Greg Bovino, who said at the time that those agents were still working, but in other locations.
You think that that video's AI? Let's watch it again. It does have a weird smooth look. I don't know who those that media group is. They sound British or something. And Tim Pool's
man who appears
running
to
with
be
it.
Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that
There is something there. The first time I saw it, there is something uncanny about it. I'm not sure what it is.
federal agents were blocking a street.
You're talking about this, right? this is fucked with by someone. It looks like graphics for the... Yeah, it does kind of look like super GTA graphics.
At the corner of East 36.
But also sometimes with like these new cameras that are like so high def, I'm like, it looks so high definition, it looks fake. Like all the Netflix shows, they make them shoot it in like 24K or something and then stream it at like 8K. Well, supposedly, and then they only send it to us and like these shitty like 50 megabit files. But sometimes these new cameras and shit, and when they shoot in such high resolution, it almost looks fucking uncanny valley, and this kind of has that.
And Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15.
It's like weirdly he's always the center, but
we saw observers.
I mean, I get it because he's like
shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd.
And I do think it's interesting that when in the video where he gets killed, the whole time he's trying to de-escalate and he's turning his back to them. He's not even looking at them. This is kind of the opposite vibe.
They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he...
Yeah, exactly. It looks like someone was filming an Alex Preddy biopic.
walks away.
Like, why did they let him go?
The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
I will say, though, if AI, this is a good AI. There is something odd. I just can't tell if it's the camera or what.
Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street.
What is Akira? What up, Gug? It's this animated movie that has turned into lore. It's a joke that spiraled out of control. Bunny once recommended that I watch Akira, and then I never watched it. And then my PDA thing got the better of me and made me not want to watch. No, that's not true. It was never about that. But that's what we joked about that it was about. That it was about me having demand avoidance. But I finally put it on and I watched it and I enjoyed it and I would recommend it if you're looking for a good movie to watch. It's animated from like the 80s and it's pretty futuristic. There's literally a space laser from a satellite used at the end, so they were pretty spot on. Calling shit like 40 years early. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Oh, you said it twice. I missed it. Will you say it one more time? I'm paying attention now. And dude, this is exactly what they want, right? They want everyone to be like, it's AI. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Blah, 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 blah. All of our space launches are AI. Half our presidential shit is AI. Like, nothing is real. They've broken reality, dude. I finally created enough reverse psychology resistance to handle Cat Dad into watching a 40-year-old anime. And the whole 3-month ordeal was just to tell a joke that if Mushka's bleep blop gets stuck out for too long, you'll have an Akira level emergency on your hands. That's so funny. Dude, honestly, I would love that. I'd let Mushka do a rampage on the city. It wasn't even that good of a joke. I loved it though. It's beautiful. I'm so glad I watched Akira. I am glad. Sometimes I just get stuck in watching the same shit, you know. It's nice to watch something new. And dude, that animation was really good. Like there's some cool like driving through the city shots that are so like disorienting and cool because all the buildings are like spreading out and stuff. They do like really cool. I think in film it's called like parallax, I think. But they do it, you know, it's animated. The blood is sick too. I feel like Quentin Tarantino stole a lot of shit from that movie. I waited 3 months for a laugh at that dumb jokes. I hope it paid off. Oh, the Trump video that he put out after Charlie got kirkied was fully AI. Yeah, dude, everything is fucking AI. And it's just like Trump said. If we don't like it, we'll just say it was AI.
Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that, we left the scene.
Yeah, I feel like the whole last hour of the movie is pretty exciting. Look, here's me in my... Tyler... When did we decide Tyler was born? 77? Dude, for real. What if Kathy is Tyler's grandma? How forkin' funny would that be, dude? What if, bro? What if Chase and Colton are literally Paul's nephews? Kaneda! Tetsuo! Footage shows Alex Preddy attacking DHS agents. I mean, kicking a car is not really attacking DHS agents, you little puss. Could he have been known to the agents as they attempted to arrest him? Known violent extremist, armed, violent, actively resisting? Bro, he had his back to him the whole time. Tim Pool is such a pussy, bro. He was a criminal, dude? Oh my god. a criminal. Dude, these guys literally tried to burn down the Capitol. They burnt down they shit inside of the U.S. Capitol and rioted and beat the shit out of cops. Remember that? Does everyone forget January 6th? Dude, if they were playing by the same rules, all those cops should have murked every January 6th protester. Oh my God, it's already 10? How long is this?
Long run mean that you can forget about cutting emissions. We will.
This is that same guy that's been talking about geoengineering shit.
Need to rein in.
No, we'll get to it eventually. But in the meantime, we're shrouding the earth, and so.
Is David Keith a whistleblower, or is he a cuck trying to sell this shit?
Sulfuric acid.
So people are terrified about talking about this because they're scared that it will prevent us cutting emissions.
Right, and also that it's sulfuric acid.
We put 50 million tons of sulfuric acid in the air now as pollution, and it kills 1 million people a year worldwide.
Okay.
Mr. Bunny's name is Blue because he's a mod.
But it'll be better if we put more in.
We're talking about 1% of that.
1% more, we're just killing 10,000 more people.
You can do math.
What happens to the sulfuric acid after it's sprayed? Does it just stay up there?
No, it rains down, but it's a tiny addition to what we're already doing.
Is there any possible way this could come back to bite us in the end?
It actually turns out to be an old idea.
If Mr. Bunny was Bradley, that would be crazy.
Yeah, this was known since President Johnson.
You ever look at those planes up there? They have contrails behind them.
Blue like the cops.
Maybe all those planes with the contrails, maybe they're actually spraying chemicals into the atmosphere right now and Uncle Sam isn't telling us.
Seems extremely unlikely.
That the United States is not telling something to its citizens, that seems extremely likely to me. Read the newspaper.
Boy, whatever happened to that Stephen Colbert, huh, Kurt?
Dude, I know. Oh my God. And dude, that was when he was on the Colbert Report, so that's fucking 15 years ago.
That was amazing.
He got sprayed with chemicals from a modified business plan.
I think he did get. So there he is admitting that that's what they're doing, and he's trying to make it like it's not a big deal.
It's just the plot of Highlander 2. I know nobody saw it because it sucked, but the plot of Highlander 2 was
Mr. Bunny being Paul at the end would be that would be the best. That would be so funny, dude. Yeah, that would be a M. Night Shyamalan ending.
that they blotted out the sun by mistake doing that. I cannot believe that plot is first Top Gun in Iran and now Highlander 2.
There's an important additional bit of information regarding what you just showed, Jimmy, and that's Dr. David Keith, the world's most recognized geoengineer. At an international geoengineering conference, I cornered Dr. Keith. I was one of only 3 questions they allowed from about 100 reporters and researchers, and he gave a 3.5-hour symposium of putting tens of millions of tons of not sulfuric acid, but aluminum, nanoparticle aluminum. They've completely changed their narrative because they realize now the population understands aluminum is toxic to all life forms, period. So now he's changed the entire narrative. And that confrontation is on film on the record in our documentary, The Dimming, 26 million views on YouTube and counting. So Dr. Keith, after 3.5 hours symposium of pushing for tens of millions of tons of aluminum nanoparticles to be dumped in the atmosphere. My question to Dr. Keith was this: have you done any toxicological studies whatsoever, human or environmental? His answer, after looking like a deer in the headlights, no, we haven't. Could terrible things happen tomorrow? We don't know. From a scientist, really? And now they've changed the entire narrative.
I'll bet they have studied and they don't care. It's not. Yeah.
Well, here, they want it. Well, here is back to Nicole Shanahan's article. She says a 2020 review in the Journal of Alzheimer's Disease found that chronic aluminum exposure correlates with Alzheimer's type dementia, pointing out risks of atmospheric dispersants leaching into the human body. Other peer-reviewed research has...
Can you imagine Paul being Japanese aficionado. Cultured ass Paul.
Associated aerosol pollution with rising asthma rates, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, that's COPD, and even endocrine disruption. Yes, these risks go largely unaddressed. The EPA has not conducted any long-term toxicological studies or atmospheric dispersants used in climate intervention. Neither have state health departments, because if you acknowledge the risk, you must also accept liability. So they haven't done, just like you said when you confronted that guy, and that's why they're doing this semantic sleight of hand where they're not saying it's aluminum anymore, because people know that aluminum causes Alzheimer's, and so that's why they switched it. And I wish I had that video to show right now. That would be amazing. But let me just go show you one last slide from Nicole Shanahan's article. She said, so they had...
Dude, I could totally see that too, Barry. Are they just going to chemtrail aluminum us until we all get dementia so hard it's like one mass Men in Black memory eraser flash? Is that the next reset? Very well might be. I do think that all this aluminum in the sky, you know, they got these Wi-Fi routers around. It's literally digitizing the real world. They've got these 5G towers. I feel like they can do the exact same thing. Like, it is just metal, so they could send electricity through it and vaporize us.
These hearings about this, about geoengineering in Congress. And you talked about the treaty they had to stop everybody doing this geoengineering. It was all about military. This is all about applications militarily. And so Senator Clinton Anderson of New Mexico recalled a chilling warning from Dr. John Van Neumann, a member of the Atomic Energy Commission and a pioneer in modern computing. According to Anderson, Van Neumann had warned that, quote, weather manipulation, not the ICBM, meaning missiles, would be the ultimate weapon for the protection of the free world. Other expert witnesses echoed the concern. Dr. Irving Langmuir, a Nobel Prize winning chemist and
dude, that's just so fucked up to change the weather. Like, what the fuck? Grow up, dude.
Cloud seeding researcher was quoted as saying that the real long-term threat wasn't from missiles, but from weather control. In his own words, one could control the march of armies and everything using weather modification. Wow. So this is really started as
like, dude, I think that they're just running. We are the big experiment. They're testing shit on us so that they can go crazy buck wild everywhere else. I think they are still going buck wild everywhere else, but I think America gets a special dose of it all.
It's a military operation. This is like how DARPA had their hands in the COVID virus. This is very much similar, correct?
It is. In regard to aluminum, the inhaled aluminum nanoparticles are far more detrimental than ingested particles. We have the world's top experts on aluminum toxicity, Dr. Exley, stating without aluminum in the equation, there would be no Alzheimer's in the normal human lifespan of 100 years. And Jimmy and Kurt, you know, the bees are collapsing. You heard that, right, Jimmy?
Yes.
So we saw this year the biggest collapse of all, 70%. That sounds bad. It is bad. But what's the real picture? That was a 70% collapse of the 20% that remained. We're down to single digits on the pollinators. We know what Einstein said, once we lose the pollinators, we're not going to be here long. And I'll
Bro, I just want the bees to stay. Come on. What if they get the bees, dude? Bro, if they get the bees, we're fucked. Where are the bees right now? Where are they? Where do they go? Are they in their hives? Or they're just cold? No, they keep it warm with their little buzzy buzz, little wingy wings. Flip, 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 flip. creating little anti-gravity chambers. Little anti-gravity wells. Dude. Yeah, the bees. They're killing them all.
Linda, with this, we have peer-reviewed science study.
The giant
If your
panda's no
followers search
longer extinct. What, did they clone it? They hibernate over the winter? Good. They're probably up in my fucking roof with chunks.
bees aluminum. Peer-reviewed science study proving
bees are on the endangered list? Stop. Bro, we are seriously fucked if the bees go away.
that bees are dying of symptoms that resemble Alzheimer's and dementia in a human being from massive aluminum exposure. This is 1,000 miles away from industry or anything else. It's clearly coming from the sky. And they can't even find their way back to the hive. How long till we can't find our way back to our home if we keep sucking this stuff up with every breath we take?
So you say there's a connection.
Bro, we're going to get fucking dementia. Hydration is a psyop. Yeah, Begonia, dude. Dude, Begonia was a good movie. I like that. There are still tons of bees by you. They better stay, dude. Tigers get their hydration from their prey. I'm not drinking Paul, dude. I'm not getting my hydration from Paul and his cloners.
I'm a cloner. 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 I'm a cloner.
Do you think Jimmy watches the Cat Dad show? Do you think all feds are watching the Cat Dad show? The chat is literally just Mr. Beast, Peter Thiel, Paul Weisopel, Taylor Lorenz. It's all my favorite people. Wouldn't that be so funny, dude? That would be amazing. I'd blush.
Between this kind of geoengineering and the collapse of the bee population?
Oh, it's completely connected. Absolutely. We have lab tests to back that up. We've done about 500 lab tests working with UC Minnesota. That's a large ag group. There's so much aluminum in our rain, it's completely toxic. So much aluminum, it's changing soil pH values. And again, bioavailable aluminum does not exist naturally in the environment. It's always bonded to other elements unless it's been mined, refined, and dispersed. It's exactly what Dr. David Keith was initially pushing before he realized that wasn't going to fly. And it's listed in climate engineering patents. Again, this is absolutely one of the elements that's being dispersed, and we're breathing it in. Every person we've tested, Jimmy, hair, blood, urine is packed with aluminum now.
And so,
fuck yeah.
You know, who is it?
Oh, your knitting cult lady, Aunt Deb? Fuck.
Who's
Andreas Strassmeyer's Black Deathicus? That's hilarious.
Why are they doing it? What is it? The intro, like what? So
Jimmy, you know what? You know how I keep bringing up over and over how everyone can't remember anything for more than a month or a week now.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the aluminum in the rain.
Yeah, but people, you know, Bill Gates has to breathe the same air that I have to breathe, right? So, you know, Jeff Bezos has.
That's what I'm saying. What the fuck, dude?
To breathe the same air. The Klaus Schwab has to breathe the same air. So, wouldn't those people who are responsible for doing this and have been responsible for doing it for 80 years, wouldn't they be afraid of this? What do you say to this, Dane?
First, let me back up to the stated purpose of these operations. The covert label, solar radiation management, light scattering particles in the atmosphere slow down some of the sun's incoming thermal energy with no consideration of the consequences. We know it's being used as a covert weapon of war. Yes, crown jewel weapon of the military-industrial complex. And we know the entire system has been designed, the official air quality system, not to show this mountain of contamination. All official air quality testing is PM10, only occasionally PM2.5. These particles are inconceivably smaller. Again, you can fit 100,000 nanoparticles across the width of a single human hair. So with the current air testing system, Jimmy and Kurt, it would be like trying to catch a minnow in a tuna net. It doesn't show up at all. And in regard to the consequences for the controllers, those who print the money, that's ultimately who's behind all of this. Elected officials are simply puppets in the play. What else have they done to themselves already? Are we dealing with sanity? Answer is no. So we have 2,400 nuclear bombs detonated all over the world. That contaminated everything. You guys might remember these terms, Project Starfish Prime and Project Fishbowl. That's the detonation of hydrogen bombs in the magnetosphere that they thought could collapse the entire atmosphere. Did that stop them? No. So again, we know from psychoanalysis, and this is right from the manual, there's a common thread with those in power, and it's this. It's like a headless, heartless, soulless cancer. But the exact quote from the manual is that they have a near total lack of comprehension as to the consequences of their actions, even to themselves.
But you can see it. You can see it.
Yeah, dude, these predivores are so dumb they haven't realized no food equals no kids. No, they're like Monsanto's making plants that don't need light.
I mean, look.
We're all gonna live in the dark.
All the other stuff we cover every day on the show.
We're all gonna look like Gollum.
No, it is so like disconnected from any form of human empathy or understanding. Like they can't get their head around the evil they're doing right now.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Toronto, Red Bank, New Jersey, Northampton, Massachusetts, Concord, New Hampshire, Oxnard, California, Rutherford, New Jersey, New York, Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver.
Anyway. I think we should probably wrap up there.
Mac is from Richfield, Minnesota. Alex Preddy took care of his dad, Terrence Lee Randolph, when he...
Jacob Fry, kind of a cook. Cause boys, it's time for dinner. And now that I have the weight of the guilt of Akira off my chest, I can watch The Expanse in peace. Namaste. Not what I'm saying. Yeah, fuck Monsanto, by the way, dog. How dare he plug his shows? Yeah, fuck you, Jimmy Dore. We scrolled off that shit so fast. Ooh, aluminum was in explosives in World War II, and they made a big contingent of Alzheimer's patients till they all died off. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, boys. Break him out of water. Here we go. Breathe in. Like the stream if you liked the stream, and if you like the stream, you can come back tomorrow. Exhale. We'll be doing it all over again at 6 p.m. Breathe in. And out. Officially ungilted. Yup. In. Out. Oh, you're gooning for Mayor Frey, Barry? Alright. I mean, he's pretty handsome. He looks like a Trudeau. He probably is a Trudeau. The observer within. Take a moment to sit or lie down comfortably. Let your eyes gently close. Take a deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. Let it go. Feel yourself here, not in the noise, not in the swirl, but in the quiet space between everything. You are not just a voice or a thought or a body. You are the observer behind it all. The one who watches, the one who listens, the one who knows. Imagine your awareness slowly rising, lifting gently above your body like a soft light. You can see yourself sitting there, still, breathing, calm. Now rise even higher until you can see your street, your city, your continent. You are a single spark in the body of something vast. But that vast thing, the Earth, the solar system, the cosmos, it's not separate from you. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, observing itself, learning itself through your eyes. What if we're the mushrooms that grew into humans to observe everything, you know? Anyway, let your breath anchor you now and inhale. Feel the wisdom of your body. Exhale and feel the stillness of your soul. Even in the chaos, even in the madness, you can return to this space where your thoughts soften, where your spirit remembers. Remember this, you are the question and the answer, the dreamer and the dream. You are a fractal of source, unfolding, learning, and growing. Carry that knowing with you into the night. Take one more deep breath, and when you're ready, open your eyes. Peace, power, and presence with you always. PPP loans. Get your PPPs, boys. Oh. Paul. We're coming for you, Paul. It's over for you, Paul. Good night, Paul. Hey, Paul, we have something for you to hold. How about this? L.
Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
On my mama.
This is healing Paul's trauma.
Good night, dudes.
Took him to Nirvana. It was stacking comments. It be up because of drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
See you tomorrow.
Paul, you can't come back from this.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Take your loss, Paul.
Showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Oh.
After you had my breath in the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky, then
a couple try to screw me.
I'm not basketball player size,
but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom.
I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog. Chilling with my headphones on.
I asked Cat Dad
how much a ticket costs.
Didn't answer, doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss.
Kathy Sanders is a big old liar. So is the Fed, is federal earther. So is his fucking Uncle Paul Weisopel. They're a bunch of liars.
I got a problem.
Take your loss, Paul.
You can't come back from this.
We know who your daddy frickin' really is. Reinhard Heydrich.
Showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
No.
Yesterday, Paul, there's an L.
Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in the cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself.
Chilling on the couch,
Chilling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn stand up.
Not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
I'm a cloner.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a genius.
I'm a cloner.
To take him to Nirvana. Image merch stacking.
I'm a cloner.
Be up because I'm drama.
I'm a cloner.
Marijuana cooks, so say I got a
I'm a
problem.
cloner.
Take your loss, Paul. You can't come back from this.
I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner.
Paul Bell showing all your little skin. Take your
I'm a cloner.
You can't go
back to Tim.
I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner.
Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
I'm a cloner. I'm a cloner.
Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Nope. All right, boys. That's it for tonight. Adios. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm a cloner. 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 I'm a cloner.
No loop tonight. Sorry. Maybe tomorrow. Possibly. Maybe not, though. All right, good night. What we weave becomes. Adios. See you soon. Bye.